we're going to be playing Godless tonight. I do have a couple things that I need to get out of the way at the start, though. Um, First of all, I took a sip of tea, and it went down the wrong pipe, and I was coughing enough that I almost threw up. And I'm just recovering from that. That's why I'm actually a few minutes late, because I was getting ready to start the stream, and then I did that. Oh my god, it's 30 minutes past when I wanted to start. Wow, okay. Um, Second of all, I have a new chair, but I've noticed it's a slightly nicer chair than I'm accustomed to, and it's got all these posture settings, but if anything, the posture stuff has actually made my back feel kind of sore. So I'm just trying to find a comfortable position that's probably consistent with the use of such a chair. Um, that doesn't result in me excuse me, doesn't result in me sort of like doubling over in in pain or just sort of slouching partway through the broadcast. And as always, I'm still trying to figure out the different voice, audio settings and all of that. It seems like it might be a little quiet. Maybe you can. Well, let's give this a little try here. Um, Hopefully I won't be clearing my throat as much over the course of the broadcast, but so apparently I'm able to turn this up quite a bit, and that's maybe a little higher than what I want, but let's try somewhere in between. How does that look? All right, I'll live with that. Please let me know if it's too aggressive, but only other thing that I was going to say is it looks like the quality settings are where they need to be and all of that. I have noticed over the last couple of broadcasts, I'm getting a lot of encoding overload messages. It almost makes me wonder if it's using the wrong. It almost makes me wonder if it's using the wrong GPU to to encode. Excuse me. But I'm going to try and... Sorry. I was hoping to get all the... I was hoping to try and clear out all of the garbage before I started streaming, but clearly that's not working out. Okay, so now that I've wasted 3 minutes of your time, let's see if we can make this work. I may need to reset the OBS settings for this one because we got to try the demo. I will do some introductions and all of that for the game. As you may have seen there, this is published by Brace Yourself Games, so Brace Yourself did actually reach out with a key for this game. I'm very grateful for that and actually really looking forward to being able to share the game with you. There's a couple details I'll actually say about what I've noticed on the site and sort of why I think things are the way that they are. But it looks like the settings have carried over from the last time, but let's just make sure. There's that side of me that wants to crank this up to 2160, but that'll probably make life a little difficult for... Maybe that'll fix things. Hopefully that will... Hopefully we'll... Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully the stream works out. I'm also going to test chat off the top. Just because last time I didn't see any chat activity, basically because I had been logged out of Twitch unintentionally. So if anything, the game might be a bit quiet. I'll leave it to your judgment to decide whether or not the game-to-voice ratio needs to be... Hey, thank you very much, Truth and Recream. Really good to see you again. But yeah, so as mentioned, I was given a key for this from Brace Yourself Games. So as always, this is one of the things where it's important to be able to, it's important to just mention that sort of stuff off top. I haven't necessarily been paid, it's not a sponsored stream or anything like that, but I have been given a key for promotional purposes. And again, Brace Yourself is not the developer, they're the publisher of the game, but it's a... It's just one of these things that you want to disclose off the top of the broadcast, which I've done now. There's a couple things that I've noticed about the game, and I have a feeling, like, I don't think any of this is maybe news to people, but we covered this game once before when it was part of the Steam Next Fest. So this game was released on November 8th, so it's been a couple of weeks since it first came out. The Steam page says, "The time has come for humankind to meet their maker. As the sole surviving god in the war against mortals, you will lead your loyal followers and rain destruction upon the world. Give humankind a taste of your wrath in this turn-based strategy game with roguelike and auto-battler elements." We did go over the early access, sort of the early access readout for things, so I'm maybe not gonna read all of the ad copy and all of that. But in addition to the fact that this is the first game from Brace Yourself's publishing arm, we've got this is a actually don't the name that it's attached to is Daniel Kalupa, so I don't have a lot that name's been attached to for other things. I couldn't tell you the background of this developer. But one thing that I have noticed is that right now there are 9 reviews for this game, so it definitely seems to have been something of a quiet release. Now, from my understanding here, the plan for the early access period is to be in early access for about 8 to 10 months. So it's fair to say that this is very early in the game's development, and in fact, when they say most of the mechanics and systems are in place, there are 2 out of 4 acts available, so half of the game is available right now. The game is also $11.49 Canadian, so it's one of these cases where it's quite a small game, it's one at a lower price, and one thing that's actually an interesting kind of this is admittedly an old factoid, but I think it's still probably true. You would sort of think from like a basic, if you've ever done like an Econ 101 class, you generally expect, right, the lower the price of something, the more it sells. And that would probably be true for, like, if all the boxes were sort of these white cubes which had the word game written on it. But the fact of the matter is that there's a number of games which actually tend to do quite well, despite the fact... I'm just going to turn the volume down by a little bit here, because I was thinking I was getting near the edge of the acceptable range. Sorry. But basically, higher-priced games also tend to sell well. Now, obviously, there are some reasons for that. If you're going to have a AAA release, that's going to command a higher price, but it's also a more expensive game to make, so you're also going to expect that that's going to be associated with a larger marketing campaign and that. But I've actually been trying to write a bit of an article on some of the pricing, some of the pricing details as well, but I think it's also fair to say that there's a little bit of a signal to the buyer. Sometimes if you have a price that's sufficiently low, people are going to be going in with certain expectations of quality or lack of quality for certain price points. So I don't know if that's going on. Like, I would consider $11.49 to be surprisingly inexpensive for a game. However, I think they also mentioned that the price will increase upon full release. So I think what's happening here is that this is you're getting an early version of the game, which is, like you've got half of the experience right now, and you're playing this in the early access period, sort of a discount. So I guess what interests me the most is that this is actually a really interesting game. I've never really been into auto battlers that much, but this caught my attention when I was playing it during the demo period. But to see that there's only 9 user reviews for it right now definitely makes me feel like this is a little bit of a sleeper. Like, number one, I hope there's a lot more people that wind up finding this game. But I also know that there's a few, at least, who kind of like playing things in the early stage and seeing it develop. And so this is also one of the reasons why I wanted to do Godless. Obviously, I've had access to it a little bit earlier than that, but... sorry. There's a side of me that wants to just check in and see what the game is like in its early phase. Particularly, I'm hoping that some people get a chance to maybe find out about this where they wouldn't have previously. But on top of that, the other thing that I'm hoping is that we'll be able to return to this game and sort of see how far it's come periodically. because I've certainly enjoyed playing the little bit of it that I saw during the demo. And the first thing that I want to see is how is this different from the demo that we got to play before. So, with all that introduction, also Truth and Requiem, are you still streaming? Welcome, God. Led by their champions, the mortal races defeated the gods, except for you. Burned down the continents to bring extinction to humankind. So, I don't know if it's going to give me a tutorial for this or not. I think there was one in the... the demo, but... Elfish Refuge. Long ago, this land was a barren desert. Then came the Elfish Druids, who nurtured and invigorated it with nature magic. So, there are 3 enemy waves here. There are Enslaved Ogres, deals damage to all adjacent enemies. Battle Sorceress, able to teleport to the shrine. So, basically the first and the third waves are the same, and then I have to deal with 2 sorceresses. One thing that I've learned is that you carry health over from continent to continent. So, there is a strategy that I've learned where if you can sort of set yourself aside and put a lot of healing units around you, you can give yourself a nice boost for later on. But we'll deal with... First thing we're going to do is deal with the challenge that we're faced with, and then we'll try and refine the strategy a little bit. So let's start with the battle. Battle. Defend the shrine and defeat 3 waves of enemies to win. All units act on their own and cannot be controlled directly. You can see a unit's intentions by pressing left control. Okay, so the first thing we got to do is place a shrine. Now, one thing I've noticed is that it's very helpful to put shrine down in a forest, because it will give +2 health each turn that passes by. Place of Power, I don't really think helps because we're not entering it, we're just kind of staying there. Open Fields I don't think give you any kind of a bonus. And the one thing that you don't want to put the shrine in is the Swamp. Deals 3 damage to a unit on this tile. So if you put your shrine there, you're guaranteeing 3 damage every turn. There's no real reason to do that. So there's a couple things that I would think of in terms of where I'd want to put the character, or the shrine. So I can put it in the forest here. There's really only 3 ways that it can be touched, right? There's the... you can't go past the mountains, so 1 tile here, 1 tile here, 1 tile here. I could try in this area, and this basically means that people are going to have to stand in swamps to be able to attack it. Now, there is a small concern where if the entered unit is an ally, get +1 mana. So in this case here, there's no advantage to the enemy unit going on this tile. Now, I'm also... Well, actually, this is not a bad set. It's close to the elf, but we kind of knew that the elf was going to be causing us trouble anyway, so... Decisions. I think I'm going to set up in the forest here still. Using skills consumes mana. You get 1 each turn. If you could just give me a second here. Okay. So, we can build a cleric, adds 1 health to all adjacent allies. We can put down a swordsman. On attack, deals double damage if the target is weaker. Click the right mouse button to inspect the tooltip. Hover over the tooltip elements to learn more. So attack shows how much damage this unit deals on attack. Health shows how much damage this unit can sustain until death. So weaker is less attack than 1, so swordsmen are actually rather good against ogres. In the case of the sorceress, on the other hand, I actually need a few hits. And then I could also put down a training camp. So these are areas on top of hexes. Usually tiles have abilities that affect units or other allies. So each turn add +2 attack to an ally on this tile. So I was maybe worried about the fact that an enemy unit's going to be healing in the forest. Maybe what I would do is put down a training camp instead. I'm not don't think I'm going to do that quite well. Actually, there's one thing I can do. So if I hit control, we can see that the elf is moving in here. So I could maybe take a swordsman, put them down here. So they're moving into this... okay, so I would have... Yeah, and now I can put down the training camp. So this is where they're going to move, so they become a better fighter. Now, the elf is going to wind up teleporting to the shrine. There's not a lot that I can do to stop that, unfortunately. Oh, that's interesting, so I didn't get to attack. This guy's toast. Not a lot that I can do to save them, unfortunately. So we'll end the turn. I'm not happy about it, but... So in this case, I'm going to put down the another swordsman. Now, unfortunately, the ogre is just going to be able to pound away on my shrine. I'm gonna work with that. I'll put down another swordsman where I can, but at the moment, I've kind of been working on the battle sorceress. So essentially, I'm gonna need about 3 turns to take out this ogre. And so what's going to happen with my guy? He's going to move up here for some reason. Oh, he's not going to move there after all. Okay, so first priority, let's get a swordsman down. He'll already deal double damage to the ogre. And in this case, I'm going to add a cleric just to try and heal my shrine a little bit. So, I'll be honest with you, that's probably not the best start to this map, but adjust the battle speed to make everything move slower or faster. I'm happy enough with the speed as it is. Now I need to decide whether or not I need more swordsmen, or if now's a time to invest a bit in healing. I think in this case I'm going to heal up the shrine a little bit. Okay, so... Can't put down a training camp. Alright, I think I need to wait for a swordsman here, or I put down a training camp. Let's try a training camp, actually. So this unit should move in, be able to take out this elf. I think we can afford to try and heal up the shrine a little bit more. So we've got a wave similar to the last one that we went up against. This is actually not bad, because this battle sorceress is... Battle Sorceress is weaker than the unit that's going to do double damage to them. So, but they do have the new ability, so on attack teleports to the shrine, And if I recall correctly, the ogre is now able to damage everything when they move. So on certain levels they acquire new abilities. Consider them while setting up your strategy. So yeah, every time... Oh no, that's the swamp. So what about the enslaved ogre? On move deals 5 damage to all adjacent enemies. So the cleric's going to be in a bit of trouble, but otherwise we're okay. I'm also trying to think... I'm going to leave everything be for now, because I am going to need to put down another swordsman. Oh, that I wasn't expecting. So this may now mean that the sorceress doesn't attack and comes over to the... Oof, that's a tough spot to find them. Okay, not great. So I'm going to start by putting down a swordsman. That's not really going to cover all that much for me because we're not more powerful, so we're not doing the double damage. But I can put down a training camp next. Now I don't have any more mana to deal with anything. The swordsman's going to take some damage off of going into the swamp, but they'll kill the ogre. We'll see. This unit probably dies before it heals. We'll see. So I do face a little bit of a dilemma, right? Which is I could... Actually, it just occurred to me they've changed the ability so it's on move. So I think this is actually designed to sort of prevent the cheese that I used to do with the shrine. So this does mean that the priority is to take out the elf as... or well, sorry, battle sorceress as early as possible. This guy has absolutely no sense of self-preservation. So probably end this turn with less... oh, no. We actually finished the turn with more health than we started with. That's cool. And we receive... you've got a new skill that summons a unit. Click on any slot and pick the acquired skill to use it in the next battle. So an Orc Warlord on attack adds this unit's attack to all adjacent allies. So we can make big clusters, that'll work well. Ether, use it to purchase valuable goods and services across all continents. Nature Energy, use it to learn the talents in the chamber. Fire Energy, use it to learn fire talents in the chamber. And we'll see the chamber in a little bit, but right now I just want to focus on clearing a couple continents and getting my health and abilities up. The Forge. The Sunless Forge is the only place able to sustain the sparks of creation. Here you can merge them into gems. You need 2 sparks to craft a gem. Here is your welcome present, a couple of fire sparks. Now select the sparks and start merging. This is actually kind of interesting. I think I never wound up using this, so I'm wondering if they took the... what they were observing from people playing the demo. I don't know if they used the analytics that Unity offers or if they're just watching some streams, but it occurred to me that I never actually wound up trying the gems. So, gem created. Click here to see the crafted gem. Heart of the Volcano. Drag the gem to any slot to enchant it. On attack, attacks an extra time, but receives 4 damage. Huh. I think probably the swordsman makes the most sense for that. Now any unit you put into the enchanted slot will have this skill. Okay, we now move on to Antarctic Kingdom. The first mortal to slay a god was born in these lands. Agastra, the slain, was your beloved younger brother. So first wave starts off with a couple of enslaved ogres, then we go on to an enslaved ogre and a battle sorceress, and end with 2 battle sorceresses, again remembering that they can insta-teleport to the shrine if we don't deal with them effectively. So, I still think the right call is to keep in the woods. Let's go... No, we don't want to recreate the continent. So, the question is, do I put the shrine down here? Do I put it down here? There is something of an appeal of putting the shrine near swamps to hurt the enemy. But too close to the enemy and I create more problems for myself. Let's start here. And then what I can do is, not only do I put down the swordsman, but I can also make the swordsman stronger. Although they may die from the fire. Yeah. So unfortunately, I think this ogre is actually going to wind up damaging my shrine. I don't think there's a lot I can do about that, so we'll end the turn. They will... Oh, they won't die to the swamp because of the... Yeah. So this will be an interesting experiment. I'm going to put the swordsman down here. And I'm curious if their attack... if they get hit by the fire again. Okay, so they're not near someone who can harm them. I'm gonna start... Actually, I don't think that's gonna wind up healing the swordsman, but it will give me a little extra mana. Yeah, so when I go to attack, I'm gonna kill myself with my own attack. Fair enough. So this should be one of the ones, yeah, that deals adjacent damage. So this is where the, this is going to be where the extra damage becomes quite scary. I'm going to end the turn here so I can summon another swordsman. Now the problem here is that the cleric's actually going to set up the sorceress for an attack on the shrine. There's not a lot that I can do to fix that. Oof, wrong move. Okay, that's actually going to be a bit of a pain to deal with. So the question is, do I build a cleric to try and do the healing, or do I think I'm going to save up for a swordsman. So we don't get to do the double damage, but we do get to attack a second time. So this is definitely one where I want to have more swordsmen on the ground. So again, we'll end the turn. Where I can, I might put down some training camps, but for the time being, I want to try and maximize the number of units that can do double and potentially triple damage. So that doesn't really mean a whole lot, but the one thing that is nice about... Oh, come on, dude. We'll do our best here. So they're going to move... I don't think they get... Actually, no, if they're in the training camp, they'll get the bonus. It's not going to give them the extra attack, but it is going to be enough to kill the elf, and then they'll take 4 damage afterwards. So that was still a good call. So they move in, they attack once, then the ability triggers. And the nice thing about this is... So one thing I can do here, so they're going to move in. This unit moves after, so if I give them another bonus from the training camp, so that's going to take them up to... yes, okay. So I'm putting the camp down here. So the reason I'm doing this is going to move them up to 10. Then they move. They attack once based off of their ordinary attack. Their ability does double damage. So that's going to take them down to 20. Then their ability triggers, and they die to the attack, but it does the extra damage because of the because basically they get so there's technically 2 attacks, 1 double damage. Actually, I guess it's 2 double damage, so we do like 40 damage. But anyways, this should win us the round. So 20, and then hit him again. Alright, and more goodies to play with. So this should give me some options in terms of the... Oh wow, we're already at Broken Island. I don't know if I'm going to be able to survive this. Oh, interesting. They're just letting me go to the merchant this time. So no options. Alright, the Dimensional Merchant has been trading with divine beings for centuries. Give him ether and he'll get you anything. So if I want, I can get more sparks. We can go for extra skills. Now, I believe I would need to switch something out in order to work with this. So maybe it would be a good idea to... yeah, one-time effects. Attack is always equal to their health. I can definitely see that helping. Nomad gets... Okay, so let's go raise the dead. And then anything left over we'll invest into some added skills. So let's start with Protector of Nature, because I can see that kind of getting out of control. And actually we're out of cash at that point, so I don't think I'm quite ready to replace them out of the rotate. Well, hang on. So Talvis damages the shrine with basic attacks from any distance. But that costs 3 to summon, so... Yeah, I think we're gonna go with this loadout. I don't know if it says... Yeah, so it doesn't tell us exactly what the fight looks like, but this can be a bit of a challenge. Talvis, Undefeated Knight. So we won't recreate it. So here's the deal. I'm not going to be... Okay, so on attack, launches a projectile dealing 6 damage to the shrine, and grant 6 health to this unit if the target is weaker. So I want to be coming after him with units that have 8 strength or more. On top of that, the War Graveyard. On enter, if the entered unit is Talvis, add 4 attack to him. So I'm in a bit of a bind here. In fact, it might have been a good idea for me to maybe put the or to recreate the continent after all. So I have a few options available to me. One thing that I'm thinking of doing. So where's Talvis going to move? Yeah, so they're going to go inside the War Graveyard. I think I'm going to be a little sneaky. I'm going to put the swordsman down here. And I'm going to put a training camp down here, not because I think I'm actually going to have a unit walk into it. I'm doing this to prevent him from getting stronger. So the next thing I want to do here is sort of chain up a few moves to try and make this swordsman strong enough to take on Talvis. And then we're going to start sending other swordsmen out at this rate. Okay, so they're going to go facing off against each other. I really only get a couple turns on this, but we have a chance to make this guy quite strong. Again, with 10 health, they're going to wind up doing 20 damage to... Sorry, 40 damage to Talvis. They'll fall immediately, but it's good to be able to supercharge these units. So this is where it starts getting a little dicey, but... In fact, he's going to move to a position... Yeah, that doesn't work so well for me, but it's too late now. So we gotta wait this out for another swordsman. So now we're in a little bit of a race here. However, it is worth remembering that with the right swordsman, if we can get him to go into the... Of course he doesn't go into the... Actually, I should have just started him off in the training camp. So there's only so many turns that Talvis is going to be able to do the damage to us. I think I'm going to have to cross over the next turn, which is a shame. Oh right, he heals when he goes after my shrine. So I might have blown this by the way that I put down the swordsman. But we'll do our best. So we stick down a swordsman here, so they get 2. Yeah, so assuming we can survive the next couple of rounds. So we get 12 damage on Talvis here. So Talvis is going to ignore this swordsman, so we get 2 attacks here as well. And next turn we're going to do 40 damage, which will be enough to kill him. So we just got by the skin of our teeth. I'm actually going to put down a cleric just to see if we can get a little extra health in here. It's not going to help my swordsman, but it might help the shrine. I also didn't use... I could have used some of my scrolls. I keep forgetting to do that. So, we don't have that much health left, but we saw it through, so... Which is better than the first time I've done this stuff. Act completed. Consequences. So, wise ruler, despite your disdain for mortal kind, you acknowledge that the few among them you acknowledge the few among them who are clever and useful. You travel forth to gather the wisest mortals from across the burnt continents to form a personal council who offer you guidance in exchange for their safety and a modest fee. So get a random scroll at the start of each battle. Now that would assume that I actually use the scrolls, and unused scrolls disappear after each battle. Now, I don't want to be too tight-fisted about that, because the money that I've already spent on those scrolls, like I'm never getting that back. So if I lose the 3, you know, such a shame, but I can still work with that. Let's move on to the next few. So we've got New Age. To bring justice to your fallen brethren, you left a trail of death in your wake. Each and every one was necessary, and now all debts are paid. The fallen should be honored, and the living should be provided for. Some are grateful for the aid and join your crusade, yet others refuse it, desiring revenge against you. The future ahead is uncertain. So summons an elite guard next to the shrine each battle. Elite guard, 8 damage, 30 health, and each turn teleports to the shrine if there are enemies next to it. That's a pretty good ability. And you cannot see details of events in between continents. We'll see. And then you have eliminated most of the humans and elves inhabiting these lands. Those who remain will live under your heel, barely surviving in the ruins left in your wake. All of mortal kind, even those you count as allies, are fated to die slow, lonely deaths under your rule. Well, all enemies receive 3 damage each turn, and whenever an ally is summoned next to the shrine, they attack it. Well, it seems to me like I control whether or not people come up close to my shrine. So we're going to go for Tyrannical Reign. Okay, Act 2, the Sun Domain. Land of Winds. Despite the harsh climate, people continue to live here with hope of finding buried relics. So an archaeologist destroys all adjacent tile. Oh, interesting. Demonologist creates broken seals, which can teleport the shrine. That's going to be tricky. And mechanical golem creates chain lightning, which electrocutes multiple enemies. Okay. So the demonologist is something I should be concerned about, but I think we can manage most of the other things we're up against. Chamber. The chamber stores the memories of every god that has ever been born into this world. Use energy to learn from them and obtain their powers. So we've got quite a bit of fire energy. We'll start with that. So we can go for adds +4/+4 to the first summoned ally in each battle, or Flame of Vengeance upon an ally's death, add +2 attack to all other allies. Now that's really tempting, except for the fact that I usually don't have that many units at the start of a round. So let's go for a super swordsman at the start. And we can go for grants dual wield to every 3rd summoned ally. On attack, attacks an additional time. And panic whenever allies attack 3 times in total. All enemies will lose 1 attack. Tempting. I think I'm going to go for weapon mastery, even though I may not actually summon that many people. And I think the rest of it... Yeah, I can try and buy some abilities. I don't think I can get 15, though. Oh, apparently I can. So the question is, do I go for green or purple? Purple seems more tyrannical. Oh. Let's try that again. Upon an ally's death, a random enemy will receive 3 damage, or an ally attacking a weaker unit is granted +1/+2. I like that. That's not going to completely solve the fire problem. But it's especially going to work well with Raise the Dead. The only thing is I want to make sure I don't want to put these super units anywhere near my shrine. Okay, on enter teleports the entering units to another catacomb. Yeah, so there's no opportunities for pushes the unit in the direction of the wind, inactive until the next wave. Yeah, so there's no healing here. Interesting. So let's stick him in the corner here. It's 43, huh? Let's see how this goes. I don't think this is going to be enough to take this guy out, but... Oh, well, that's what I get for counting. So let's just keep buffing this guy as much as we can. He's got an expiry date, but I can resummon him. Oh, but he's not going to be able to attack. Yeah. So I can train him. He's well, no, he's no, he's definitely going to die because of the double attack. So we'll end the turn. That'll give us a chance to summon another swordsman. Oh man, he still made it. So I'm going to start another swordsman on this upgrade journey. This is ridiculous. So it still dies, but that's why we use Raise the Dead. Oh, but they don't keep all their buffs. Interesting. Okay, so I think in this case we're gonna invest on some more training camps just again to make my guys super strong. I still get the option of building a swordsman if it comes down to it. Do not engage the golems in melee. So what's the deal here? Deals 6 damage to the adjacent enemy, then repeats on their adjacent ally. So apparently they attack... Huh. I'm kind of tempted to put another training camp down. So that's basically going to translate to another 8 damage. It does mean I lose mana, but I think it's worth it. Oof. That's not good. Ugly. Okay, so if they're moving into this tile, I gotta put something in place. It's like we spent all that time upgrading our units, and it absolutely did not count for anything there. So. Oh my god. Their adjacent ally. Okay, so the unit that was attacked. Alright, that's definitely clumsy of me. I don't know if we'll lose to this, but it's gonna get a little dicey. So I'll start with a swordsman. If I want, I can... oh, damn it, that's right. I could have used Light of Hope. Sorry, I thought that was Thunderbolt for some reason. We'll see how they go against the golem, because we are going to be stronger than it still. This is going to be enough to take it out. And then, just to make sure that I can buff people, we'll get another training camp down for this unit. So that's 44 damage. That should be... Nope, sorry. I was mistaken. Oh, never mind. We did get it. So yeah, definitely the swordsmen are getting ridiculous in terms of power. It's interesting, though, the desert continent actually is a really big challenge after being in an environment where you could count on a bit of health regen because of the forests. So in this case, we've got 92 ether, we've got a spark of fire, 10 death energy, 5 nature energy, 5 fire energy, but I guess the third level isn't... really accessible, so maybe we will be able to get an extra level for the death energy, but... I guess this assumes that we're going to be able to access the chamber. Okay, yeah, so they now let me... I wish I knew what it cost for the extra abilities. So it's really tempting to go buy the goods. I think in this case I am going to go back to the chamber. Yeah, so we need 50 for the... sacrifice an ally of your choice on turn 3 to summon 2 cursed spirits, or when 8 allies die, set the attack of a chosen unit to 0. I can work with that. Not the most compelling... I'll be honest, it's not the most compelling trade-off that I've seen, and I don't think, yeah, we're not able to get any of the nature abilities. But we couldn't know ahead of time, so we'll push ahead. Sorry, I'm just gonna double check something here. Cool. Okay, so we didn't really get to see much of the Demonologist last time. The Magical Seal of Demonio, a powerful artifact keeping hordes of demons underground, is protected here by mighty warriors. So, we haven't really seen the Archaeologist destroy all adjacent tiles. The Golems are definitely the ones that I struggle the most against, and we kind of killed the Demonologist before they could really cause us any trouble. But given that we're going to be going up against a Golem this time, I have a feeling that we're... this is definitely going to be a tougher fight overall. Still, let's see where it goes. Okay, now, knowing what I know now, I think it makes a lot of sense for me to put the shrine somewhere, like somewhere with lots of quicksand. So next item is I need to try and put my swordsmen down in a place where they're going to be able to intercept the enemy. Because there is the... I'm trying to figure what the skull... growing fear. Oh, I guess that's my... Yeah, that's my tyranny effect. So I guess what I want to do... Like, I want to put the swordsman in a place that's far enough away from the enemy to let them sort of grow their abilities. But doesn't, like, run the risk of being... like, being hit by them. The sandstorms are actually going to cause the biggest trouble for that. So, let's... I'm going to start with this. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about it, to be honest, but we'll see. We'll see how it all goes. And again, we're going to do the same setup of, like, just building a whole trail of training camps to create a super soldier. Yeah, so that's... not great. So I suppose the question now is, how far do I go with this extended attack? So if I can bring them up to 18... Actually, that's going to be enough to kill the golem, so... And the sandstorm should just push them into attack range. Good lord, that's a lot of attack. So I'm going to end the turn so I can get another swordsman in the queue. Actually, I might have just killed this guy. Yup. Should have paid attention to where they were going. Damn it, dude. I think for this one I'm going to put down another swordsman. I really need to get a training camp down there. Unbelievable. I should have seen that coming too. Okay. They still die to the archaeologist, but... So for this, I'm going to have to wait a turn. I'm going to lose the training camp as well. Now, the next swordsman's going to kill them without extra effort, but I'm not 100% sure how we handle the demonologist. Actually, that unit's gonna die on its own. Now, it's still better to get the early bonus. Oh, that's right. Then they get dual wheel as well. Okay, so the question is, where do they move? Ugh, they're getting pushed. They're actually... This is going to get weird. So... Because it seems to me they're going to get pushed all the way to this training camp. which is going to give the Demonologist an opportunity to sort of scooch along and take out the shrine. So I'm going to do one of these, and then I'm also going to hit them with Light of Hope, so they can have some hope of survival. Because we still have one more turn of this nonsense. Okay. Let's give them a nice little trail of breadcrumbs of training camps. That's a nice one. Okay, so they're going to go to a training camp, so that lets me set up a gauntlet again for the swordsman. So they're going to move in, but this unit's going to attack them, which is not so good. Or no, because then they're going to get pushed away by the wind, so we're still okay. Okay, so the problem here is this unit's going to move in, this unit gets to attack them first. I don't really see a good solution to that, though, so I'm going to stick a unit down in the training camp and see if we can buff them. So this is definitely a very powerful attack. The question is whether or not this is gonna... Okay. So this unit moves first. They're going to do a total of 36 damage. And then they fall to this unit. I could put down a cleric, which is going to do 1 extra health. Yeah, it's not worth it. Now, if I move them, if I put down a training camp here, that'll add 2 damage, so that's going to turn it into 40 damage. They're going to be down to 18. I still don't think that's worth it, though. So in this case, we'll end the turn so I can put down another swordsman. Apparently I keep forgetting how the numbers work. They're still going to perish to the Demonologist, but it's still a nice little return. So the question is, do I buff this unit? They're going to go... they're only going to be even... Oh yeah, so they definitely die next turn no matter what. I think we just try again with our swordsman. Oh, crap. Well, we know they're not going to die to the Demonologist. The problem is... I'm pretty sure my shrine is going to die to my own unit now. It's either this unit or this unit's gonna kill my shrine for 3 damage. Apparently not. Or maybe it's summoned? Anyways, it was enough to take me out, so that's a pity. But now I know how the teleport works. Alright, get experience as a reward after each match. Purchase useful goods for experience in the library and play on higher difficulties to get more experience. So, we killed 4 continents, created 59 tiles, so that's 413 points, 1 gem crafted, 4 talents learnt, 3 scrolls used, divine speed, and an 80%, I'm assuming that's what you get for the normal mode. This is definitely where the roguelike element comes in, so now we have the library. Let's visit the library to unlock some boons. So click on the lock to obtain these boons. Let's upgrade one of the seized boons to obtain its benefits. So we can Ether Burst. This boon is inactive. Upgrade it to seize its benefits. Start each run with 10 Ether. Or adds 10 to the shrine's health after defeating a boss. Definitely like the idea of Giant Slayer. Let's unlock all of these. Okay, so what else do we have? We've got Enchanted Stone increases the shrine's starting health from 40 to 45. The boon, claim an extra reward after achieving victory on a continent. Increase the number of available skill slots from 4 to 5. Perform powerful rituals mid-battle to crush enemies and aid allies. I definitely like... I seem to remember these actually being quite powerful. Let's also go for the extra rewards. All of these are nice things to have, but I think there's something nice about gaining some momentum on the run. So I'm appreciating what people are saying in terms of the game being relatively short. So I think what I'm going to do here is, I mean, it took us an hour to go through that first run. So we may be able to finish out the night with Godless, but if we sort of see what the game has to show, I might move into Industries of Titan again or Phantom Brigade. And then what we'll do is we'll make sure to check in on Godless every once in a while when there are some updates. But let's go to normal for Act 1. And, I mean, we didn't really complete Act 2. Let's start with easy, and we'll see if we can maybe move our way up. Choose skill. Oh, we get to choose this time. Okay, Executioner if the target has 0 attack, deal triple damage, and adds 20 ether. That would be amazing, but... so definitely Swordsman has been the backbone of my... Oh man, it's randomized. Okay, so Corrupted Tree steals 1 attack when attacked. The Orc Shaman, all adjacent allies attack enemy units immediately if possible. And a Beast... when this unit receives damage, add the same amount of attack to them. I like that a lot. If I had a healing unit, that would be even better. So Cursed Spirit will lose 1 attack on death. Divine Will relocates any ally to an adjacent hex, and Well of Souls resurrects any units that die here with 1 health, works once per unit. Not really sure about that, but... So it looks like there's a new unit. We've got an Archdruid, deals damage to all enemies on forests. Wow. I think that means I can't put my shrine in the forests then? But I want to verify that. So I guess the important thing for me to remember here is that okay, I'm going to put a swordsman down for starters. Yeah, and then we'll maybe put a beast down for the sorceress. Yep. Oh, he's going to be chasing this guy. No, he's not. He's going to whack him. And yeah, okay, so that takes him out for sure. So let's put a beast there. So that locks them onto the swamp. Oh, no, it doesn't, because then they're going to teleport to the shrine. Oh, but they died. Oh no, hang on. They got healed from the shrine, or the forest. Never mind. So I'm going to want to keep an eye on the I'm going to want to keep an eye on the... where the beast winds up so I can put down a well of souls for them. Okay, Sunken Land. Destroy a hex completely, and last order, eliminate any unit and deal damage equal to their health to all opposing units. Oh, that's so good. Do that to the shrine. I wonder if this ends the game as a... Like, it would have to, but I wonder if you get the... Because it really looks like you do get the option of doing that to your shrine. So I really want to do this to the beast. But I'm just trying to think. So if okay. So if I move the beast here, it does its damage. It dies to the ogre. Well of Souls resurrects it, so that's 32 damage I can do with the beast on its own. So that makes more sense to do that to the swordsman. Okay, so we'll put down a Well of Souls for starters. And then I'm actually going to put a beast down further away here just so we can get a little extra health for them. Ah, damn it. I keep forgetting they don't get all their health back. So that was a complete waste of a unit. Okay. Let's go... Beast here, then. So who attacks? So this unit falls, but it doesn't make any sense to put down a Well of Souls for the beasts. Oh, hang on, it doesn't because it got healed. And I think I'm gonna end the turn just so we can see where the Archdruids go. So there's gonna be some ticking forest damage that happens to us because there's 2 Archdruids, but the good news is that we are I didn't want to do that, but I also don't want to waste mana. Inactive until the next wave, so this doesn't do anything for me. So in this case we do Sunken Land, but I don't believe we can sink... Yeah, we can't sink the Druid. So what we'll do here is we'll actually inconvenience them. So they're gonna have to take the long way around. Okay. I think Beasts still make the most sense here. Yeah, so if I start them off here, then they're going to heal in the forest, and then they're going to block that druid. So they're going to die to the druid. So I don't think there's a lot of sense in putting down Well of Souls or anything like that. So we will wait it out. I'll probably put down another beast. It'd be nice if I could lock the druid in here, but I think that window's passed. Okay, so I move up here. They get locked into a swamp, which is nice. So I'm going to wait that out. No, they get locked in the woods. Damn it. Oof. Alright. So first thing I'm going to do is put down a beast. Now I'm not going to put them in the woods because they're going to take 2 damage from the druids. So this is all about keeping the archdruid in the swamp to get that ticking damage. That's really interesting to see that unit can move in such a way that it's not going after the shrine. I didn't think that would be possible. But I'm going to put another beast down here just to basically do the same trick as last time. Oh, they're going to die next turn. Yeah. Probably should have paid closer attention there. I'm not really all that worried about, like, not winning. I think we have enough to sort of see this through, but it's going to get a little dicey. So one thing I don't want to do is I don't want to put a beast down beside this druid because they're going to be focusing on attacking the shrine. Actually, looking at this, I may wind up losing after all. Yeah, 3 damage a turn? I was not paying attention to that. So, we end the turn because I don't really have that much else going for me. So one thing I can do here is put a swordsman down to walk the path of the ancient runes and get a little bit of extra health going there. I suppose the question is, do I go for the beast or do I go for the swordsman? Because swordsmen fall in 1 turn to the archdruid. I'm hoping they walk onto this tile. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm genuinely surprised that they're able to sort of snipe like this. I always thought that you were sort of obligated to move towards the target. But we lose, because we take the 3 damage on the... Or no, hang on. We'll survive the 1 because we get 2 health, but I don't think there's a way where we win this. The best I can hope for is a beast that walks onto... Actually, we're getting 2 health plus the 5 from where we're walking. Nope. So, unless somebody... Yeah, we don't have anybody walking onto something that gets me health, so we lose. So without a way to make my swordsman stronger... How you doing, Index Gnome? Without my way to make my swordsman stronger, that's actually quite challenging on normal mode. I don't think we can get anything for 175, yeah. Very quiet stream today, Index Gnome. I'm assuming maybe this is the Godless effect. Anyways, we're going to try normal again. Levels of enemies increase with each destroyed continent and defeated wave. I think the enslaved ogres are still going to be a problem. Let's try the nomad. And to be honest, the Well of Souls... So the Well of Souls might make sense with nomads. That really didn't inspire much for me. So Furious Brute pushes the target on every second attack. So in one sense, that's a really interesting ability because, like, being able to knock them over the edge, that was something that I remember relying a lot on in Chaos Reborn. But because this is an auto battler rather than something where I can have direct control over my units, I actually, like, to a certain extent, I can see the Furious Brute as being a very powerful unit in the sense that it, you know, potentially can knock units off the map, and yet the circumstances under which I think you can successfully get a Furious Brute on the map to knock people over the edge is pretty limited. So unless you have a way of sort of cranking up that damage, I don't really see that working quite the right way. So even though the Well of Souls didn't impress me all that much, in this case I actually think it makes sense. So, we'll have to see how much damage the Archdruids do before... or Archdruids. So 3 damage to enemies in forests. So I guess the question is, like, can I tolerate several turns of getting just, like, 6 damage a turn in order to try and make up that health on the back end? Or do I accept that, like, I'm going to be in a bit of a tough spot? So I like the fact there's so many swamps here. This is definitely going to be a very risky way of playing. Yeah, so they already died to that druid. So one thing I'm probably going to do now is, before I go too much further, I want to see... Okay. So I'm actually too late on this because they're already going to move into the... Ugh. This just got ugly. I was originally going to put down one of those trees. So in this case, I'm just gonna make a ton of nomads and see how it goes. I don't really see a situation where I survive this, but we're gonna get demolished by the... Yeah, so there's a bunch of good units that I just lost. So it might make some sense for me to wait a turn so I can put down one of those trees. So the Nomad Swarm was not a terrible idea. Unfortunately, we're still going to lose because it's 6 damage plus the 5. So I can delay the inevitable, but I just don't see us. I don't see us being able to survive the onslaught long enough. I can try and get a little... Oh, that's actually not going to help me because they're just going to move off it. So that's a second round where we get demolished on the first turn. But that's fine. I mean, that's part of what the learning's about, so. So, enhanced stone. The boon is an active starting health. Okay, yeah. I don't think starting health is the reason we've been getting clobbered, but we had such a good run at the start. I will go back to easy if I'm not making some serious progress, but I think one of the important things here is that I'm also contending with the fact that it's the first time I've had to choose my skills that are randomly assigned, and so I need to think a little bit about how I am. I need to think a little bit about how I'm kind of building my deck. So, like, for instance, Protector of Nature might be really interesting, given the fact that I can spend so many turns in forests. And so the idea here is that we want to just be able to hit them so hard that it doesn't... Actually, yeah, let's try something built around a Protector of Nature. I'm going to try Training Camp in hopes that I get something cool next turn. Okay, I don't actually see a lot of situations where I can use an Executioner, but let's just see what... We'll see what the future brings us. Okay, so one important thing for me to remember here is that there isn't a... in this situation, there isn't a... the only thing I need to worry about in terms of like immediate attacks coming after me would be the Sorceress. So let's start with... This is going to get a little risky, but let's give this a shot here. Now, if I do Protector of Nature, it's not entirely clear where my unit goes. I am going to stick it in the woods here, though, because I know I'm going to be able to get a bit of bonus health out of that. And now I need to wait 3 turns before I get to do anything else. Okay, so they are going after the Sorceress. It's not going to be enough to take them out, unfortunately. And I know if I put the Training Camp down, it says attack is always equal to health. So the Training Camp's not going to do anything. So in this case, we just sit and wait for the chance to build another Protector of Nature. So this is still going to be enough to take out this unit. I think I'm going to still wait on the Protector of Nature, even though the Ogre's actually going to be able to clobber my shrine for a bit. This is investing for the next turn. So there's 2 options that I have here. I can put the Protector of Nature up here and hope they kind of navigate through the forest. In this case, what I'm going to do, we're going to slowly chip away at the Ogre. So we're going to lose 5 health each turn that this happens, but this unit is going to be healing as that happens. We're also going to be building up some mana. So every time I've had a strategy that's involved like letting the shrine get worked down, it's not turned out well for me, but this is one of the times I actually think it could turn out. Yeah, this is such a dumb move for this unit to do. I could try putting down the Training Camp. I don't think that quite works, though. Oh, Jesus. Vicious Hunger. Ally of your choice devours all adjacent allies and gains their stats. Alternatively... Yeah, let's actually do Vicious Hunger. So... What?! Oh my god, I did not know that they would eat the shrine. Okay, this is gonna get super interesting. Is this an Archdruid? Because we're dead if it is. Yeah, we're dead. Like, there's no... Oh, no, there's actually one thing we can do. So we changed that from a woods. That is so bad, but this is also kind of awesome. I have no idea how I'm going to survive the next turn. but like clearly we do not need to worry about anything else on this level. Oof, that's scary. Okay, well, Last Order is an obvious pick here. Yeah, so I don't see any way that we're surviving the next map, but... Now, Cursed Spirit's kind of interesting, given the Executioner. So I'm going to give this a shot. Again, I don't really see this working for us, but... We'll see where it goes. We also have... I guess we need a second spark before we go any further, so let's go to the Merchant. Anything we can do to get health would be nice, but... resurrects the last ally that died. Oh, but that's on their death. Okay, now Swordsman has kind of been my go-to unit. I feel like just owning one of those on its own is worth it. So I could get 2 Light of Hope to boost the health of the Protectors to make them sort of super soldiers. Yeah, screw it. We're on borrowed time anyway, so... Actually, I guess I could use that to heal the shrine now that I think of it. Oh man, there's no way we're keeping our guy in the forest. Yeah, so it's basically a big game of keep away at this point. Like, I gotta make sure that none of the units touch the Ugh. How do I do this? Okay. Shrine here. So I can build a Protector of Nature. I can give it 12 health, which will make it do... Okay, that'll be enough to kill the druid on its own. Oh man, I'm gonna do something really risky here, but this may actually work out. So I gotta, this will take him up. So yeah, I gotta go all the way on that. So nothing for my shrine, unfortunately. Wait. That should have been enough to take this guy. Ah, that's frustrating. Okay, so now we're going to leave a trail of cursed spirits to inconvenience this ogre. So it doesn't matter that their health is going up. What I'm trying to do is get his attack down to 0 so I can bring up an Executioner, but I may actually be off on the number of turns I need to do that. I wonder if I put the spirit on the swamp, like that, they'll die before they can do anything, I guess, but... Oh! Okay, no, that still did the trick. Okay. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to put the Executioner down right in front of this guy. Stop going into swamps! Okay, alloy of your choice devours all adjacent allies and gains their stats. Let's go for it. Am I missing something? Didn't I don't understand. Okay. We're going to do the same trick with the Cursed Spirits. We got 7 turns to try and do this nonsense, so I'm not feeling optimistic on it, but... Oddly enough, the Swamp is the better of the two for the Protector of Nature to wind up in, because of the... Like, there's some pretty intense damage that comes from the Druid attack. So I don't see this guy surviving in time, which is going to make it inconvenient for the Cursed Spirits. I'm pretty sure we lose. Like, this unit dies immediately. The best I can basically hope for is, yeah, I don't see a situation where this Executioner lasts long enough for this unit to go to 0. So I probably shouldn't be trying the execution strategy. Interesting. Okay, that is actually sort of viable then, but I still think we run into the same problem. And then, of course, there's the problem of this guy. So keeping the Cursed Spirits in the woods is actually the way that I know that I can get rid of the... it's the way that I know I can get rid of the attack on the Druids. But again, I only have so many moves before they're able to start attacking my shrine. Well, they die to the... Oh, that's really unfortunate, actually. So they're going to die to the swamp, and I have all my work ahead of me on getting rid of this guy's attack. I don't see how we can do that in 7 turns, but... What?! This is nice that he takes the damage, but again, we got the same problem as before. So there is a little bit of a trick that I can do here. Oof. So now they're ignoring the spirit. Okay. So the way, like, there's no way of making this work, but like one of the things that I can do to reduce the damage that the that this druid does to the shrine is keep the spirits inside the woods so that they get nuked and this guy goes down. So if I had multiple spirits that I could summon inside the woods, I could actually reduce the damage down to 0. But unfortunately, we've run out of time. They're going to be able to kill the shrine in 1 hit, so... Don't know what the next... Okay, apparently I can raise my health even further. This is how the game says I'm sucking. We're still going to try normal. It's definitely a ramp up, but I think it's kind of nice to... Okay. Swordsman definitely worked well for me in the past. Grovekeeper triggers each turn effects of all adjacent tiles and allies. I think I prefer the Corrupted Tree. I'm not opposed to Protectors of Nature again. I don't know, let's see if we can make an Orc Warlord work. I feel like that unit can do more than I've sort of allowed it to. Okay, so, as always, now, because there's only one Archdruid, in this case I think it makes a lot of sense to put the shrine in a wood. And the Sorceress can't go into the... Actually, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to start with Swordsman against the Ogre for starters. I get 2 turns of doing double damage to this unit, so that's the big argument for it. Now, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to put the tree so that we can start sapping the strength of the Sorceress. Now, we can't normally do that when they've got the teleport ability, but what this is doing, this is buying me time. I'm also curious if I get to move the Corrupted Tree or not. Or I guess the Corrupted Tree has its own movement pattern. So yeah, it doesn't move anywhere. So in this case, we'll just take the time to build up. So yeah, they're going to start doing damage to the shrine, but we're able to sap their strength while they do that. And I'm actually going to put down another... So here's the sneaky... Oh, nuts! I should have thought that through. So what I was going to do is I was going to take the Orc. I was going to put them there, but the Swordsman's actually going to get in the way of that, so... So what I'll do instead, this is not ideal, but I'll take a bit of damage with this Orc just so I can buff the Swordsman. Oh, looks like I don't get to anyway. I guess I could have just put the... Oh no, I couldn't because... Yeah, never mind. We'll get a little utility out of the... Warlord here. Would have been nice if the tree attacked first, but I think next turn we should get a nice bonus against the Druid. Now what we're going to do is we're going to stick down a spooky tree here. It'd be nice if we could put a second one down to block the Ogre. That's not going to happen, but we are going to be able to drain the Ogre's damage. And that'll buy me some time. Oh, hang on. No, this guy's... Yeah, sorry. These things only... they need to be attacked to... Yeah, I didn't think that through. Ouch. All right. I'm prepping for the arrival of battle sorceresses. Hungry Shrine. So this unit's almost certainly going to wind up teleporting to the shrine immediately. Oh, yes. So there's a couple things that I can do here. I'm going to add a swordsman here. So the orc gets added next. Unless this idiot walks into the sorceress. Good job. You just screwed us. Well, maybe not. That's a lot of damage my shrine's going to be taking, but... So you can sort of see the logic here, I'm assuming. So again, not a great spot for my shrine to be at the end of the first turn, but... now, clerics would help me with my shrine health. But we've kind of learned that there's limits to that strategy, so I think I'm going to go for the Protector of Nature. Doesn't quite work with the rest of my units. Ooh. So if we had a way of getting rid of the Archdruids right away, that would be great. And we could use that to heal up my shrine, but that's not happening. So I don't see how we beat the boss, to be honest. But never mind. Let's go to... I think we really only can go to the merchant here. So overgrown ruins would help me with my shrine. It's actually arguably more useful than the Protector of Nature right now, so... I still don't think we're passing... I don't think we're still passing this next continent, but... Okay, so I can't put the shrine down... I can't put the shrine down where the... like, where the woods are going to be. The next thing I gotta do is somehow get this guy some extra attack. That'll come from the Orc Warlord, although again, the fact that these guys can do 6 damage doesn't really count for a whole lot. I think I'm gonna wait the one turn. Okay, so I got an idea here. So what we do is we take the Orc Warlord and stick them down here. So they're going to wind up attacking first, buffing the Swordsman. Swordsman's going to be able to do double damage to the Druid, even though they're not necessarily going to survive all that long. I'm thinking maybe try and put a little bit of health for this guy. That might have been a costly mistake, but we'll see. Are you kidding me? It told me you were walking there. Come on, game. He gets annihilated with two, do it. Yeah. God, that sucks. He may actually wind up dying before he can do an attack on these guys now. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about that, to be honest. Okay, so Corrupted Tree will let me wear down their attack for a bit. That's pretty big because being able to get the, oh god. Actually, that has a benefit in its own way. So this is a risky choice I'm making here, but I'm going to put the Corrupted Tree down against these guys again. It's like 5 damage is a big hit to take off of this, but there's going to be something that I get to do next turn which might save my bacon. So we put down a Swordsman. I'm also going to put the Light of Hope down. Actually, I could have done that on the Swordsman and did that for everyone, so that was a blunder on my part. But the Swordsman's going to do enough to kill this unit, and of course because they've been drained by the tree, the Swordsman's going to be able to do extra damage to them. Now, I suspect the Swordsman, like an idiot's going to go walking into the swamp, which I don't want, so we're going to heal them there. And now I've got ogres to deal with, but that's for the next turn. And the good news is I can afford to put people in the woods after this. I'm not sure why this is doubling up now. Oh, hang on. Is there an adjacency effect? Trying to think of ways I can force them into encounters with the tree. Okay. So one of the big problems here is that as they move, they do a lot of damage. Okay, so I want to see what this healing effect. Okay, yeah, so there is a growth. This ability is triggered an additional time for each adjacent unit or tile within... Wait, an adjacent unit or tile with growth. Oh, yeah, okay, so if I'd planted this all around the unit. So yeah, this is the tough call. Do I... well, let's start with this. I do want to put some extra growth down now that I know that, but... oh, come on, man. Okay, honestly, that was not a bad turnaround. The only catch is that I thought that might weaken that particular unit, which it didn't. So I don't know if this is the smartest choice that I'm making here, but I want to I want to supercharge the health gain. Brutal. Okay, I'm gonna try. I want to see if they get 5 or 6 out of this. Yeah, okay, so it's just pure adjacency. So I gotta wait 1 turn to be able to get my swordsman in, but my swordsman's able to do some serious damage to the ogres now. So there's going to be a bit of a... Like, it's going to suck because there's going to be a couple ogres that move into the neighborhood and just do some serious damage to them, but the growth is going to trigger first, so I should be able to sort of stave off the worst of it. Oh, dude. It is tempting to put a growth down for this unit here, but I think they're actually going to move in to attack the ogre now, so maybe less of a need. We actually gain health now as a result of all these shrines. He's probably going to walk off that. We're back to what we would normally start with, so I suppose that's a bonus. Okay, so I know if I do Vicious Hunger, they're going to eat my shrine. So I guess I could do Last Order, and just find the weakest one. It kind of sucks because, like, these are reasonably valuable units to me, but... Okay, so I'm actually going to put the tree down here just so that we can reduce the attack that's coming after us. Not quite how I imagined that going, but we still got what we needed, so. If we can avoid getting the ogres, like, to the shrine, we're actually kind of laughing as far as health is concerned. It's still going to be a complete pain to try and deal with the boss. Oof. Unbelievable. So I can preserve this swordsman by putting a growth down here. That kills the ogre instantly. Now the drawback is it would have been nice to keep the other ogre. Like, if I could have had the ogre with a lower attack, if I could have kept them alive longer, that would have meant more turns for health. But still, we're up to 43, so... definitely better than we were looking before. I don't really have any executioners, but cursed spirits are kind of neat because... oh, hang on, no, because if I'm going against the big boss, yeah, that actually has consequences. So I'm gonna go for a beast. I'm really going to need to think a bit about how I handle the Broken Island. It's not clear to me what our big benefit is in the... well, let's see. Dual wield for every third summon ally, or upon an ally's death adds attack to all other allies. Let's give it a shot. There's almost certainly no way that I can get the extra 30. Yeah. That'd actually be really good on a... every 4 turns. Is it gonna last that long? Yeah, let's give this a shot. Okay, so the big question here is, do I want to try and put down a Protector of Nature? Against the big guy? I don't think I do. I actually really don't think we've got a lineup here that's going to be able to go toe-to-toe with Talvis. This is a pretty good setup for us, to be honest. So we won't recreate it. I'm gonna put the shrine down in forest. Okay, so the deal here is projectile dealing 6 damage to the shrine. Hello, the Eyes of Sin. How are you doing? I don't think there's anybody here for me to shout you out to, but I appreciate you hanging out. So 6 health to this unit if the target is weaker. Now, when this unit receives damage, add the same amount of attack to them. So I guess the problem here is that, like, on net, we get 6 damage done to us. Ah, damn. This is actually a really tough one to think my way through. Okay, let's start with a beast. And then we'll see if maybe the Orc Warlord's gonna add something to the equation next turn. Now that's interesting that that unit was the one that got killed. Because of course that means that the beast is actually pretty frightening now. So I'm going to end the turn here. We're going to do the same trick with the beast because there's going to be Giant's Might that happens next turn. So again, we're really getting drained here, right? But so get one more turn of doing beastly damage. Actually, might be able to get one more out of that. So I'm just thinking. Now, let's put a swordsman down for safety. Actually, you know what? That swordsman, that was a bad choice. Because the swordsman's not going to get... Well, maybe they'll get strong enough. I'm not sure. So I gotta wait a turn, then we're going to put a beast down again. Now I gotta be really careful with how I do this beast. So, you know, this unit's gonna move in here. So the one thing that I don't want to do... so if I put the beast in here, they're gonna walk in, then this unit's gonna attack them, then they're gonna get hit by the swamp. So if I put the beast here in the war graveyard... okay, that's a little silly, but okay. That's unexpected. Not quite what I need, but let's see where this goes. Okay, that kind of sucks that he moves in there. I was really hoping for the swamp so he'd get the extra damage done to him. So this is going to get really dicey in a minute, because I really need that beast to take the damage from Talavis. Yeah, that sucks. So I don't see how we survive this. My best bet here is to get a sword... Well, yeah, even if I get the swordsman down, we're not going to do enough. So we'll get the orc to add the extra damage, but we only have 10 to go for it. So unfortunately, that's it for us. Like, we can pile on, but I don't know if we do 22 damage. Yeah, because he was the last one to move, so... Oh, wait, but we got the extra... No! His ability! That was so close. So yeah, normal definitely ramps up the difficulty on this. This is actually one thing that, I don't know if this is going to be a marketing problem for this game or not, but, like, it definitely... So given the fact that there are 2 acts in the game, and on easy it was quite straightforward for us to get to the second act and go reasonably far, you can sort of see how people would complain, you know, oh, there's no content in there. But as you can see, like, we've gotten 2 hours out of kind of running through and messing around with the different combinations. Now, I will be honest with you, I feel like a lot of the defeats that I've been suffering are sort of a function of the fact that you don't seem to have a lot of choice in terms of what your original skills are. And this could be a lack of imagination on my part in terms of setting up some different combinations. Like, obviously I'm learning some better combinations than before, but the first one that they give you of sort of swordsman and training camps is a, you know, that's a pretty strong one to start off with, because the swordsmen basically get to double their attack once they exceed the power of an enemy, and you're not really guaranteed a lot of the benefits. But again, like, it's fair to say that, like, so the other thing that I'm thinking of here is that it's clear I've been getting better as as time goes by. And yeah, maybe I'm just starting to get a little bit luckier with some of the skills that I draw, but I suspect that what's really happening is that I'm learning the game a little bit more. So, again, the problem is that how much of the roguelike element do people recognize as being sort of a feature rather than something that frustrates them? I will confess, I would sort of like to feel like I'm in charge of my fate a little bit more than I maybe do right now. But I guess it remains to be seen whether or not that's... Like, I don't know if that's a thing where just the game needs to be ironed out a little bit more, or if that's, just a question of me learning a bit more. Anyways, we're going to go to the library and see if we can get some new goodies. I'm reluctant to pick up the move your shrine's health up. I don't think that's really solving the problem. Bonus health after defeating a boss. It would be nice if we defeated a boss first. We can get extra ether at the start. I don't think that's very exciting. Extra skill slot seems nice, though. So tell you what, I'm going to take a quick second to myself. Again, it's been kind of a quiet night, but I would like to get a little bit of extra tea. I don't know, just stretch and otherwise take care of myself. So, Sin, I'm sorry if you're still around. I'm sorry to go running away when you just arrived. I am going to be back. I am going to take a quick second, though, because it does actually look like there's a few more people here than I thought. So we have got the Eyes of Sin in chat. Eyes of Sin does not always stream, but that's a really good reason to follow them when you have the opportunity. Obviously, if you don't, then you're not going to know when when they're up. But I should let you know that they are responsible for the following lovely emotes, which I'll be putting up in the channel momentarily. They are also available for hire, and I realize with the Christmas holidays coming up, everybody's sort of watching their expenses and maybe being a little bit more careful with their purchases. I know, like, inflation and all of that's been causing people to, to be careful in terms of where the money goes. However, there's a couple recommendations that I will make here, which is number one, whether or not you're planning on hiring them. I can say that their coffee page. This is where. Oh, hang on. Is that the right? Yes, that is the right link. Let me make that more explicit. So this is the coffee page. You can donate, or you can just enjoy the images, or you can donate and enjoy the images, or you can enjoy the images and donate. It's really up to you to decide how you'd like to do that. But this is where some of Eyes of Sin work is available. You can also check out their Tumblr site, which I don't think gets as many updates, but there's some of the earlier stuff that they've done. But on top of that, if you are looking to hire the Eyes of Sin for a commission, this is their Twitter account. And the reason I mention this is that not necessarily everybody is going to be a broadcaster, but if you are thinking of, something to give in terms of a Christmas gift or something, hiring Eyes of Sin for a commission for a favorite streamer will mean that probably if you're a sub that you already get some awesome emotes, but on top of that, it allows Eyes of Sin to maybe buy some gifts for themselves. In any case, somebody who I definitely like supporting, and whether you just enjoy the art that they've done, or whether you're in a position to hire them or recommend them to somebody else or give their work as a gift, definitely somebody who I wanted to recommend before I go for a break. So I'm going to take a minute. I'm going to run ads because, by golly, I want money. No, it's actually going to turn off pre-rolls for a little while. I'm going to take hopefully 5-ish minutes or less to get myself some tea, get a bit of a stretch. I encourage you to do the same because God forbid us actually do any of these ads. I really do not like the way Twitch is handling ads right now. But it's what we live with, so I'm going to run it, and we will be back momentarily. It's a one minute ad break, so at the very least get away from the computer for 1 minute. I will see you all in a little bit. My apologies for the delay, but I actually decided to heat up something. I didn't have a very substantial lunch or dinner, so I'm just making a little something to eat. And then I'll be back. So, just a slightly longer wait, probably less than 2 minutes. Thank you kindly, everybody, for hanging out. I'm sorry that I took so long to get back. So I've got my tea. I've got a few things to nibble on. How you doing, Allgrins? Good to see you. So for some of you who are not familiar with this, I'll take a second to just sort of reintroduce the game, I suppose. So this is Godless. This is a game that's published by Brace Yourself Games, one of their first, actually the first of their new publishing arm. And this is by, I want to get the name right actually. Let me just make sure that I've got this down properly. Danil Kalyupa. So actually, I'm going to just bring up their Twitter. Actually, if you're interested, this is the Twitter account that I'm looking at. So I think this is the Godless. This counts as the Godless account. But, so it says, indie game developer currently working on a strategy. I'm assuming it's supposed to be a strategy game about exterminating mankind. And I haven't been able to see... Actually, maybe IndieDB would say if they're... Okay, no, it doesn't list any other games that... Oh, hang on. Godstruction. I wonder if Godstruction is an earlier version of Godless. Released September 2020, turn-based strategy. Interesting. Let's make this is fun. Let's give this a shot. Whoa! That wasn't intended. I hate this opening menu so much. Yeah, okay. Auto chess meets roguelike. Long ago, mortals waged war against the gods and managed... No. Long ago, mortals waged war against the gods and managed to defeat them. Now you're the only celestial being alive, and you have to bring mortals to extinction in order to survive. When the battle starts, the player chooses a place for their shrine. Heroes will do their best to bring it down, and if they succeed, the player loses. Stop attacking heroes before they get to your shrine to proceed to the next continent, and reach your ultimate goal of destroying the heroes on all 9 continents. Automatic turn-based battle. Heroes act on their own, as well as friendly creatures. Growing difficulty. Each level is more challenging than the previous one, and death is permanent. Divine artifacts combine sparks of creation, pieces of the fallen god's powers into various skill sets. Runic circle, discover new runes to empower all to empower skill sets, and sometimes dramatically change how the set works altogether. Remember the past, find historian notes, recreate events from the past, turn the tide of battle, and an ever-changing world. The world generates randomly each time you start a new match. So they had a Kickstarter for this. Interesting. So this was December 22nd, 2019 was the last update on this. So long ago's mortals waged war against the... one of the things I'm kind of curious about is just some of the things that might be different, or, you know, like this is our chance now to see... this is our chance to sort of see what this game was originally. So I'll zoom this in so you all can see. So I'm interested here about this King's Castle. On their turn, a player can cause their divine skills to change the landscape, create structures, or summon mighty creatures. Sometimes it's useful to create a volcano near the enemy village, and sometimes turn a few hexes into cursed grounds to make their way to the shrine a bit more painful. So villages don't seem to be a thing. All creatures act on their own, but friendly ones act to the benefit of a player. They defend the shrine, try to destroy the heroes, and sometimes complete their mini-goals to help the gods survive. Canadian dollars? It's the most important dollar. It's what you buy your oil in. Okay, obtain divine power. Like, definitely there's some of this stuff inside here, but I don't, like, right now we don't have specific names of other day, or do we? I'm curious to see. Like, this is the one thing here where if they are officially announcing if they're officially announcing a feature, then it's more likely that it's going to come in. But this might be sort of an indicator of where some of these things are going. So, like, buildings don't really seem to be something in the game. Like, there sort of are, in the sense that, like, you can create that, like, growth tile and things like that, and like the training camp. But I don't feel like that's a training camp. I feel like that's something different. Let's actually read this through from the top. So, story, become a god. Long ago, mortals waged war against the gods and managed to defeat them. Now you're the only celestial being alive and have to bring the mortals to extinction in order to survive. Crush the resistance. When the battle starts, the player chooses a place for their shrine. Heroes will do their best to bring it down, and if they succeed, the player loses. Stop the attacking heroes before they get to the shrine to proceed to the next continent, and reach your ultimate goal of destroying the heroes on all 9 continents. Holgrins, thank you very much for resubscribing with the most important dollars. I'm going to enjoy a quick bite of dinner while the arc finishes its job. You went to use the face and then realized you hadn't resubbed yet. Well, just like I don't take attendance, the last thing I want to do is, like, somebody who is subscribed before to point out that they're not subscribed. That feels like a really unkind thing to do in a stream, so you needed the face. Well, I mean, the author of the emotes is present in the chat, so you can thank them for their good work. In particular, the System 1 HMM is very much something that Eyes of Sin kind of conjured from their pure creative energy. Okay, on their turn. Sorry, I will get back to Godless, but this is actually really interesting here, to me at least, to see where this game came from. On their turn, a player can use their divine skills to change the landscape, create structures, or summon mighty creatures. Sometimes it's useful to create a volcano near the enemy village, and sometimes turn a few hexes into cursed grounds to make their way to the shrine a bit more painful. All creatures act on their own, but friendly ones act to benefit the player. They defend the shrine, try to destroy the heroes, and sometimes complete their mini-goals to help the god survive. So again, we don't know anything about mini-goals yet, but... Obtain divine powers. As a reward for defeating heroes, you'll get sparks of creation, pieces of the fallen god's powers which can be combined into various skill sets. For example, by combining a spark of death and a spark of valor, you'll create a set of the Darkest King. It includes 6 skills, allowing you to raise the fallen ruler and his army from the dead to serve you. I wonder if that's still true. Because, like, if that's true, then these sparks are actually a lot more powerful than I give them credit for. If you're not satisfied with your undead servants, feel free to upgrade the skill set with runes. They can improve your skills in an exciting way. Turn a single meteor into a shower, covering half of the continent, and sometimes they dramatically change how the set works altogether. Chained coffin. Recreate the past. Sometimes we should take a look at the past to learn from it and bring it here and now. Use historian notes to create past events to turn the tide of battle when you're on the brink of defeat. Make the hostile ocean creatures invade a dry land once again, or turn all forests into mystic groves to perform the ancient ritual. Make sure to use the notes wisely, since they turn to ashes after their first use. I wonder if these are the scrolls. Destroy them again. When and if you're defeated, or hopefully victorious, you'll get shards of memories. They can be used between matches to unlock new sparks, runes, and historian notes. To make each match feel exciting and fresh, we're working on the Gaia system, which generates the landscape on each continent randomly each time you approach it. This definitely is a thing to consider, since the landscape can significantly affect gameplay. For example, swamps damage units that pass through, and oases can empower entering units, etc. I'm assuming this is just... Obviously the music's changed quite a bit. In this section you can find detailed information about each reward. To make a pledge, please choose the reward to your liking on the right hand side of the page and click on it. So Just to remind everyone, this is not a active Kickstarter anymore. This is the Kickstarter for what I'm assuming has become Godless. But again, I'm interested here, so... all reward tiers include the rewards from the previous tiers. The only exception is the Primal God tier, 600 Canadian dollars, in which the Name the God reward replaces the same reward from the Elder God tier. So Paper Shrine will make a paper shrine at the end of the project with all of our $1 backers' names and upload footage of the making process. So the original intention was to deliver on December 20... Wait a minute. That must be the end of the Kickstarter. Demo version. The demo version will include 1 level, 2 skill sets, 3 hero classes, and core systems like AI and generation of continents landscape. For $6, digital copy of the game. Wow. Okay, so you could have got this thing half off if you'd backed the Kickstarter. That's what you get for not finding the diamonds in the rough. Get a digital of the copy of the game on Steam, Epic's Game Store, or others, platforms TBA. The game will be available in online stores for $8 Canadian, so price has gone up a little bit since the Kickstarter. Closed beta, you'll be invited to the closed beta test. More core systems, a few skill sets, historian notes, and runes will be available for testing on 6 levels. For $10, you get digital goods, wallpaper in 1920 by 1080 resolution, sticker set with 8 stickers portraying the gods, 4-page comic about the dawn of the war between the gods and mortals, and Divine Council. Join a group of backers who can define the overall design and look of the game basing on choices provided by the developers in the Divine Council exclusive polls. It's interesting to limit feedback to backers. I wonder about that. Like, it's not that big of a price difference between the two, but I'm interested in this idea of spending $4 more to be able to give feedback to the game. Like, do you want to maximize the amount of feedback that you get, or do you value the feedback more because someone's sort of given up something to be able to get it? Need to think about that. Your portrait, $40. Get your portrait drawn in the visual style of the game. The portrait will appear in the special section of the credits at your request. And soundtrack. Get the full soundtrack of the game, the forest, fjord, desert, main menu, and ending themes. All themes added to the game via additional goals will be included in this reward as well. Extra track. Your copy of the game will include an extra exclusive track which can be played by pressing a button any moment during the game. This is actually a neat one. This particularly for streamers. So the Kickstarter Nighthawks actually had a special credit card. So if you paid up when you were backing the game, you could get like a special gold. I think it was like a special gold card and a black card or something like that. Anyways, so visually on the game, you could actually show that you were a Kickstarter backer. And I like this idea for streaming because like this is actually one thing I would be interested in. Now, again, to be very clear, I'm not planning on making a game. But if I were to do something and I had a streamer angle for things, I would actually be really interested in, you know, there's the Kickstarter backed version of the game, and you can buy a, you can buy a tier that gives you, like the special card or something like that. And then there's the standard version of the game. And the thing is that, like, you can have that degree of sort of, like, that gives you the bragging rights. So, I know some... Like, the problem that... Like, this is just, I think, a fun thing to do. But I think one thing that a few developers probably wrongly worry about, but it is a worry that I have heard some developers express, is the idea that giving keys for broadcasting is cannibalizing sales. Now, I don't know what the problem... key reselling is probably the bigger of the two problems. I honestly don't know the problem of giving keys to streamers who then don't play the game or would have otherwise bought the game. I can tell you that it does happen. There's a guy that I know who will basically accept every game that's given to them. They've actually wound up on a whitelist for something, and I don't think they've kind of caught note that he's not really pulling his weight. But he will play it once so he gets the credit for streaming it, and that just goes into his library and never plays it again. That guy's a bit of a jerk, by the way, so that's why I'm not saying their name. But yeah, it is a problem, right? Like, it is something that does happen. But I think the risk of cutting people off who wouldn't have otherwise played the game and would broadcast your game, I think that risk is a bigger one than giving the game to someone who might have bought an individual copy. But if you're worried about that, one thing you can do is you can actually twist that around and you can make that more of a fan thing, right? So, there's the card that's given to the streamers. In fact, I guess one thing you could do is you could do the streamer card, and maybe it actually, if you really want to be mean about it, make the streamer card look as, maybe not make it the most desirable look. Or, better still on the disclosure side of things, right? You can actually include a little note, Broadcaster was given a copy of this game for promotional purposes. And if you want, I'll just use the credit card as the example. If you want the big fancy black card that's, deluxe and all of that, well, that, you need to back at a certain tier or something like that. So in this case here, the problem is that I think the difficulty here is that it does create this the freeloading streamer attitude, which you really don't want to do for people. How you doing, Quint? But I do still like the idea that, I've played a couple of streamer keys which give literally everything, including backer rewards and things like that. And that's nice, but I didn't back the project for that. And I think this idea of getting streamers in on the act and being able to give them a reward if they're a backer and a supporter of the game, I think there's some value in doing something like that. Or maybe, a special badge or something like that if you stream the game during the Kickstarter to try and get the game funded, and then when you play the main version of the game, you have a little early adopter sign or something like that. Guess who decided to get a game because of you? Algrins? What game did you wind up getting, Quinn? Anyway, sorry. I should stop free associating and get through the rewards, because we do actually want to see the underlying game. Custom note. You will design your own historian note, its name, abilities, stats, and to make sure that it fits into the game good enough, we'll do our best to help you. Special credit. Your name will appear in the special section of the credits called Community Designers. The credits section will be available in the demo, beta, and release versions. For $300, you get a custom hero. You will design your own hero, their abilities, stats, appearance, visual effects, and to make sure that your creation fits into the game, we'll do our best to help you. And name a god. One of the 3 elder gods will be named after you. The god will have your name in the game and all related materials, including the 4-page comic from the 3rd reward tier. Ah yes, the god System Shock. Clearly fitting well with the Lord. You decided you needed a strategy game this sale, and you remembered me playing Stellaris. Cool. I hope you like it. It definitely takes some getting into, but custom boss. You will design your own boss, their abilities, stats, appearance, visual effects, backstory. To make sure your creation fits into the game, we'll do our best to help you. And name the god. The primal god will be named after you. The god will have your name in the game and all related materials, including a 4-page comic from the 3rd reward tier. All hail System Shock. System Shock? Who's that? You got some DLC with it? Not all of it, otherwise it'd be broke. Yeah, definitely the Paradox. Paradox really makes their money off of kind of a continued drumbeat of DLC, but I did find when I played Crusader Kings 2, what I would usually do is I would just always stay behind on the DLC. So when they released a new one and everything was when it was down to 50% off, that's when I would pick it up. So yes, I don't have the new shiny thing, but I'm getting sort of the affordable version of the affordable version of the the DLC, because there is definitely a lot of it, particularly for the older games. I think one of the things that they've started doing is making a subscription service, but that, I think, especially given how much people tend to play, I feel like the subscription service kind of winds up costing more than just buying the DLC on sale. So, sorry, just got a Snapchat message. Okay, stretch goals. There's this thing, who is it? Thomas Bidot is always says, don't announce your stretch goals. When the main goal is reached, all extra funds will go to accomplish stretch goals. The goals beyond 8,500 Canadian. Content from the stretch goals will be available for free for all God tier backers or higher, as well as for everyone who purchased the game in online stores. So extra sound pack. I'm not going to read the details on this, but extra sound pack, Echoes of the Storm pack, Divine Trial System, Localization pack, Evening Pact expansion, Reign of Roses expansion. Unlocks after having at least 30 backers, unlocks after having 120 backers. Even more extra goals. Besides stretch goals, we have extra goals based on the number of likes. Remind me under Back This Project and Backers. Oh, right. I get these. Reaching these goals adds content to the game and provides backers with additional ways of interacting with the campaign. Spread the word about Godstruction to make it better. So they got enough likes, but not enough backers. Why Kickstarter? The development started with an idea to create an unusual story-driven RPG, but in the process the concept evolved into Godstruction. To start the development, we contacted a local sponsor to get initial funding. We combined it with our personal funds and made the prototype with most of the required systems in place. Our team expects that Godstruction will take approximately 11,000 Canadian to complete. We also hired a programmer and purchased various digital content at a cost of 1.9 thousand Canadian dollars. We also plan on buying additional assets and creating a few high-quality images in the near future, which we expect to cost about $500 Canadian. This leaves us with sufficient content, a total of 9 continents, and a reward system, Sparks of Creations, Runes, Historian Notes to do so. These are big-ticket items, and we can't do them alone, so we are counting on this Kickstarter campaign to help us raise the $8,000 to accomplish the remaining goals. Below you can see the allocation of funds in the case that we successfully reach the goal. So 10% goes towards rewards for backers, 15% to game design, 5% Kickstarter fee, 35% for programming and testing, 10% for 2D graphics, 15% for 3D models, and 10% contingency. I think I usually hear 30% for contingencies, so that's quite a... Wow, there's a lot of people on this. Daniel Kilupa forgets to eat at work, but never forgets to work when eating. Konstantin Svitsyov, a man can live a happy life even with baldness. That's his motto. Ludwig Witowski, changing the hairstyle is his lifestyle. So Olga Etrasenko, I'm so sorry to everybody whose names I'm mispronouncing here. Junior game designer, her love for video games spreads even to stones, literally. Igor Medvedev, if there was a Best Drawn Meteor award, he would win it. Sergei Solvyov, technical advisor, likes wizards, Vikings, and goats. In short, everything bearded. Alonia Bykova loves strange memes. They love her. Maxim Spitny, tester, talks about the game experience. You don't want to know all places. Nikita Ponomaryov suggests crazy ideas 25/7. Where did he get the extra hour? And Olga Vedrova listens so carefully that it starts to feel creepy soon enough. Risks and challenges, bugs. They appear all of a sudden even when something has been thoroughly tested and looks absolutely complete. This has the potential to delay the release. And beyond, to avoid that, we reserved part of our budget for extra testing and bug extermination. We also rely on your help during the closed beta. So the one thing I am noticing here is there isn't a lot on the backgrounds of these people. So I don't know if this is Danil's first game. If it is, I mean, really big congratulations for pulling something like this off. So original plan was September 20, Steam or Epic Games Store, $8 original price, and they have an IndieDB game or page, but obviously that is now turned into Godless. Okay. So let's take a look here. Great news, art and music pack. I'm not going to read all the blog posts because it looks like a lot of this wound up in the Kickstarter. Okay, so they announced the... Okay, no, redesigned it. Okay. Covered lore. Again, I'd love to read this stuff, but I've taken a lot of time on the Kickstarter page. Again, this is just a chance for me to see the early stage of the project. I'm curious if there's... Oh, wow, so we're coming on 3 years now since this project did its Kickstarter. So how often did they update? I'm curious. So it started November 10th. So interesting, there weren't any updates for almost 2 weeks at the start of this project. Then the 25th, 29th, 6th. Is this the same? Okay, Spiritual Tribunal, the Shrine. I'll definitely be reading the stuff on my own. And then I'm assuming this is the end. So first of all, on behalf of our team, I want to thank everyone who believed in the project and supported us. However, it's clear now that the campaign goal isn't going to be reached in the remaining time. But no worries, the funds you invested in the campaign won't be withdrawn from your payment method in case the goal isn't reached. As for the future of the project, we will continue working on it, learn from the mistakes we made in the campaign, and relaunch it when we feel ready. Meanwhile, feel free to follow us on IndieDB or stay informed about the development of Godstruction. So I'm going to make a guess that this did not get a follow-up campaign. There should be a way that we can check that. Oh, interesting. So you used to be able to check the creator of a project. Oh, here we go. First created. Jazz Lightning, Demon Knights, Always Egg Legacy. These are all projects they love. Interesting. So yeah, there's only one of these that didn't go through. But yeah, so one of the reasons I wanted to check the FAQ was just to see if there was anything that, like any kind of background. But if this is a first project, like, this is pretty impressive, to be honest. Anyways, that was neat. So yeah, it seems that the story for this game goes, not a successful Kickstarter. Somewhere between then and making another Kickstarter, somehow they wound up in touch with Brace Yourself Games, who founded Brace Yourself Publishing and made this the first project. So that's exciting and encouraging. Hopefully that wasn't too tedious of a digression. I also hope, like, that didn't, like, I don't know, I hope that was interesting. Like, I also suspect, I don't know if that, like, if anybody, you know, who's involved with the project, you know, is watching me going over the history of that, like, hopefully that doesn't bring back painful. I have to assume, like, not making a Kickstarter goal isn't the best feeling in the world, but it's neat. Like, this is kind of the nice thing about doing games in an early access or like in an early period, right? Is the ability to see, like, where it came from. And, you know, I almost now kind of wonder what the game would look like, or what it would be like, if it had gone down that other path. You know, if you know, it didn't wind up with Brace Yourself Publishing. And I'm curious kind of what Brace Yourself's, like, what their side is in terms of guiding the project towards particular ends or not. Anyways, I'm going to bang my head against normal mode again. I suspect I'm going to lose, but I'm going to enjoy a sip of tea and check my Snapchats. Okay, sorry about that. This may be our last run on for tonight, but let's see how far we get on it. So nomads, let's give it a shot. They're cheap, and there's a way of making them work. Now I'm trying to decide. Now, Overgrown Ruins actually was ridiculously powerful last time. Now, it's a shame that I don't have the Executioner now that I have the Cursed Spirit, but maybe let's add the Orc Warlord. So this is nice. So we've got a bunch of Archdruids, which are going to cause me some problems, but I can put the growth in place instead. Ooh, but they're... Okay. So do I send a batch of nomads after him? Or do I... Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is get the... I hope this works. Oh, interesting, because I didn't start him on a plains tile. Damn it. Okay. That's good to know. So let's start... Actually, no, I'm gonna start expanding out my growth. Ooh, he's gonna get crushed. I'm pretty sure we're gonna lose really early on this. It's like, it's all well and good that I'm getting this extra health now, but I don't have anything to attack these enemies with. But I am gonna wind up with a super nomad. So just gonna beat the crap out of this guy and keep getting stronger in the plains. So there's a side of me that wants to put the nomad down here. I believe this counts as a plains tile. If I control, yeah, it doesn't say. Actually, let's wait. I'm gonna put the orc warlord down next. No! Don't do that! I'm going to eat the... I'm going to eat the damage on that. And I'm going to put a nomad here. So again, they're going to keep focusing on this shrine, but that's fine because the shrine's going to heal a bit. Not enough to recover the full amount of the damage, but I'm going to have some nomads that are unusually strong. Do they grow bigger? No, they can't. That's the same size here. Oh, that's right. I'm buffing the shrine too. Cool. Okay, this is looking good. If he walks onto this swamp, I'm gonna be raging. No, but he's gonna get hit by the... He's gonna get hit by the attack enemies in forests. Okay, that's a pretty strong army that I'm feeling right now. So I can do a last order, eliminate any unit... Okay, no, actually that's great because this unit's gonna die to the sorceress anyway, so we can deal 13 damage to... Actually, this one's even weaker. No, it's better to distribute the 13 among all the enemies. Okay, I'm gonna put down another nomad here. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna be able to take advantage of the swamp that much. Stop going in the swamp! Oh, he's dead. No! Okay, I think this nomad dies to this unit, but... I think I'm just going to wait so I can put down another Orc Warlord to join in on the Sorceress. Or actually, that won't matter because the Archer... Still, we're gonna need someone to beat the crap out of this guy. So let's start them off here because they should be able to move after the... Oh no, they're actually going to get hit. Oh well. They're going to teleport as soon as they attack something. The Gales... So the only thing is I didn't want to do the Vicious Hunger because that wouldn't really account for anything. So it doesn't really matter at this point. Because this is, like, Stormwind isn't going to trigger until the next turn anyway. But whatever. There we go. Actually, it just occurred to me that I got rid of the ruins that I wanted, so that's really bad. So I think she's gonna move... Well, if she moves... Okay, fair enough. No, but then she teleports to the... Ugh! So this guy will take her out in 2 turns. The ogre's going to be a little bit more of a pain, but... Trying to think of the right way to... So this one makes sense because it's actually, yeah, that might not have been the best idea. We'll get the extra health, but... Okay, so I'm gonna hold off. This thing's gonna do no, hang on. This guy's gonna move in, then this guy's gonna do 5 damage. Oh, interesting. This may not be the right choice. Cool. Doesn't even really matter, but I'll put down another growth here. So yeah, if you build a good little growth base, this actually, I definitely need to respect what growth does for your ability to sustain your position. Like, if you can think of it right, like a growth base and then one of those protectors would be a pretty devastating combination. Let's try Unholy Touch. Unholy Touch and a protector would actually be a really good one as well. Okay, so... Oh, sorry. I don't really have the elemental energies. Don't have the sparks, so we buy. I'm really not sure how this perfect balance winds up working. Maybe... one of those sparks. And... yeah, I'll try perfect balance. See what we get. Okay, so same story, right? We don't want to get too much so I'm going to do something a little radical here. I'm going to put down the overgrown ruins. I'm actually going to spend a couple of turns doing that, and then I'm going to start putting down nomads. Okay, so this isn't necessarily going to help the nomad on its own, because they're not in a plains, but they are going to get a bunch of extra health as they start moving towards what I'm hoping is a plains tile. If they wind up going to the swamp, I'm just going to cry. Now I need to decide. I think I'm going to put one more nomad down, and then we're going to work towards the orc commander. You idiot. How you doing, Rouge Light Girl? And Vanguard Master, how you doing? Actually, you missed out a chance for us to review this this game's Kickstarter page. I don't know if it'll be helpful to look over the VOD, but might be of interest. I don't know. Okay. Not 100% sure how I feel about this. You're about to look this up. It looks interesting. Yeah, it's I mean, obviously the appeal to... Why do you keep going into this swamp? This orc's almost certainly going to wind up in the swamp too. At least in this case, he's going to wind up making the shrine nasty. Yeah. So instead of the elf winding up with the winding up with a swamp, it's the orc that does. Anyway, there are a couple things that can actually work to my advantage here, so... I put down a nomad. So again, just keeping the nomads on the plains will help me... Oh, he's going to walk into that swamp now. I would have saved for the orc if that was... Oh, no. Okay, so he attacks. But he's still going to die to the swamp. So now I'm going to save for an orc so that we can whack the... well, actually, it won't matter because the sorceress is going to lose it. Yeah, so the interesting thing here, right, is that attacking at the shrine doesn't wind up being that bad. So I'm going to relocate them somewhere they're going to get the extra help. And here we're going to wait for an Orc Warlord, because again, we're going to engage on the shrine. Oh, actually we can. I think I'm still going to wait on the Orc Warlord here. Actually, there's one other thing that I want to try. Oh, that could not have worked better for me. So I'm going to try Unholy Touch. So it says swap the attack of 2 units. Aha! Oh, this is good. Yep, that is an unbelievably powerful ability. Out of an annual like a union thing, Vanguard Master? If so, I'm very sorry to hear that. So we should really try to save up for another Unholy Touch, but I don't think this guy's gonna last that long. Oh, for your condo. That's terrible. Yeah. I'm very sorry that you had to endure that. Okay, so yeah, I'm liking this combination. By the way, we're not done this phase yet, but we're in a ridiculously powerful position right now. That doesn't really matter, to be honest. Okay, so we put the orc down here to buff people. Oh, he's going to wind up taking the swamp. No, he won't, because he'll attack the unit instead. So now we can transform this into growth. Actually, better still, we wait. Because then I can swap the attack for 1. That's 22 damage we're going to be taking. Oh, actually, yeah, it's still going to be 1 turn, so I should have made growth instead. So we get a nice boost to the shrine. Cool. Okay, we're starting to get the hang of this, I think. Rouge Lake Girl, also, if you're interested in the game, definitely let me know if you have any questions. I'm not an expert by any means, but I feel like I'm starting to get the hang of it. And if you just give me a second, I am gonna take another bite. Oh, we're on the boss already. Okay, let's see if we can... see if we can get one of these gems. Takri, how you doing? I will caution you, this is going to be the last run for the night, so it may be a brief, a brief encounter, but I'm glad to see you here nonetheless. Okay, the Dragon's Skull. On death, destroys an adjacent tile of your choice. To be completely honest, this doesn't spark joy. Oh, interesting. So you can buy them for 65. Okay, I'm going to keep that in mind in future. Broken slot. Well, surely I have a gem to do that now, right? Oh, right. I get it now. So... man, that's going to be interesting. Oh, man! I just had a really good idea. Alright. So I'm pretty sure we're going to have a fairly straightforward time with Talvius. I'm going to start by... So first question is, where do I want to stick the shrine? I can go really far away in the forest, or I can hope that he winds up in the swamp. The thing I'm trying to do will involve it does involve some waiting. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put down a corrupted tree, and I'm going to put it, like, I guess I'll deny him a war graveyard. This thing's got 16 health. Yeah, no, I'm gonna put it on the... And we're not gonna do anything for 2 turns. I could have actually put the tree down. Oh yeah, it would have been so much smarter for me to put the tree down here. So small blunder, but that's fine because these things don't actually attack unless they're attacked first. So next thing I got to do is actually get some people to attack this guy, right? So it's worth remembering, on attack launches a projectile dealing 6 damage to the shrine. So I don't want to have just anyone doing this. I'd prefer to have people who are capable of doing a reasonable amount of damage. That's the one thing I'm lacking, because there's not a lot of open fields here, right? But we'll work with what we've got. So we end the turn. In fact, there's really only one place for my nomads to get buffed. So this is the catch on this strategy. So what I'm going to do here, I'm actually going to start putting down some ruins. So there's going to be a bit of a race with Talvius here, because every time they attack, they are going to do 6 damage to the shrine. So all that I can really do here is mitigate some of the damage that's going to be happening to me. But I still have a plan. So now I'm going to replace this so that we can get the 4 health. So it's basically going to mean that he does 2 damage to me every turn. But there's another trick. Actually, I need to wait 1 more turn so I can put down the orc. We are going to be really ramping up our ability to do damage. So even though we're going to be ending the fight with less health than we started, we're going to be shortening the duration of the fight. So got to wait another turn, then we'll put another orc down. So again, I think there's a couple of ways that this, I could have done this fight better. Oh, can I not put down more than 1? Oh, that's a shame. That's interesting. So it looked like I wasn't able to deploy it, but I was. So now you can see how crazy this gets, right? So we wait another turn for the orc, and then we're going to start supercharging the orc attacks. So I'm not going to get any of the speed bonuses, that's for sure, but this feels like the right approach. Where did that 10 come from? Oh, right, because it adds its attack. God, orcs get ridiculous after a while. Okay, I've got a couple of absolutely preposterous ideas for for some of these. Oh, that's right. I never used perfect balance. I should try that. Oh God, and now we've got a training camp. I just don't think I want to remove anything out of this lineup, though. Let's add another perfect balance scroll. Okay, so that's our first normal win on the first continent. Okay, so we've got Wise Ruler, despite your disdain for mortal we've read this before, but I would know we've got more people in here. So once we complete the act, we get one of the consequences. So despite your disdain for mortal kind, you acknowledge the few among them who are clever and useful. You travel forth and gather the wisest mortals from across the burnt continents to form a personal council who will offer you guidance in exchange for their safety and a modest fee. So get a random scroll at the start of each battle, and unused scrolls disappear after each battle. So essentially use it or lose it. That's actually, I think, might be an interesting one to go for. We've got Tyrannical Reign. You have eliminated most of the humans and elves inhabiting these lands. Those who remain live under your heel, barely surviving in the ruins left in your wake. All of mortal kind, even those you count as allies, are fated to die slowly, lonely deaths under your rule. So all enemies receive 3 damage each turn, and whenever an ally is summoned next to the shrine, they attack it. So that doesn't work as well for the strategy that I'm employing here. Which brings me to New Age. To bring justice to your fallen brethren, you left a trail of death in your wake. Each and every one was necessary, and now all debts are paid. The fallen should be honored, and the living should be provided for. Some are grateful for the aid and join your crusade, yet others refuse it, desiring revenge against you. The future ahead is uncertain. So summons an elite guard next to the shrine each battle. That's definitely a nice starting ability. And the cost is you cannot see the details of events between continents. I think I'm going to do Wise Ruler here. I'm hoping it doesn't annihilate my scrolls now. And part of this is just because I want to see the stores that I can go to. So it feels to me like I should be going to the chamber. So summons an Orc Berserker on the battle start. 112 adds 3 attack, or grants dual wield to every 3rd summon. I definitely feel like dual wield is the stronger one for our setup. Now, the question is, do I spend up for additional abilities, or do I accept... Yeah, you know what? Let's at least... Like, we'll get the minimum from these others. Regeneration to chosen ally on turn 3, or... Yeah, no, Giant's Might. Ally attacking a weaker unit is granted +1/+2, and every 4th unit that dies turns into a generous vampire. On attack, adds +2 attack to all adjacent allies. So basically, it winds up being like a... it winds up being like an orc warlord. Which, in one sense, if I want to do a nomad rush... Oh man, actually a nomad rush would work really well. Okay, let's... This could wind up being really stupid, but... This is also really weird that it says that I've got 20 right now. Okay, so let's try... Okay, fair enough. Whenever allies attack 3 times in total, all enemies will lose -1 attack, or adds +4/+4 to the first summoned ally each battle. Ooh. Both of these seem really good. It is kind of hard to understand what they mean by attack 3 times in total. So like if you have 3 allies on the ground and they all attack, or if a particular ally attacks 3 times. Let's try this though. And I don't think I can add... yeah, it's not worth it. Okay, so I got a plan for the Land of Winds. Sometimes one can see shadows moving within the shifting sand, though their nature is yet unknown. Okay, they're in the middle, which makes it a little more sad. Oh, and the adjacency becomes a problem, actually. Either way, though, I am going to put the shrine here. This is a little dumb, but I'm running with it. Knock, knock, knock. Oh, hang on. Adjacent tile destruction is gonna blow up those runes. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna wait out for the orc. Oh, damn it, I forgot. Okay. The electricity actually becomes a big problem. This is ridiculous. Okay. Let's say... I gotta get the growth down, I think, because I'm going to be taking quite a bit of damage. And I can actually outdo the damage that the golem does. In theory. No. Okay, so this is where it's gonna get kind of hard, right? I don't think this is gonna do anything. So the tricky part is like, do I wait for an ally to put down, knowing that? Yeah, no. I think I'm gonna build my my fortress first. Hey, that did pay off. Okay, cool. It's worth remembering every time they attack, they get 10 damage back. But what I'm really waiting to do is for them to get sort of stuck in on attacking me so that I can get a couple of orcs pounding them like in range of each other so that I can get those bonuses. Okay. It's actually also kind of tempting to put a nomad down somewhere around here, but let's wait for these two to finish their journey. So I'm going to do something counterintuitive here. I'm actually going to put the orc down here so that they can get healed before the lightning comes. Actually, they're still going to get hit by this, but... And I think this time I'm going to put a nomad down here, because they're going to get a few turns of walking on open plains to buff themselves. So the ideal, of course, would have been to put down a second orc so they could reinforce each other, but because of the adjacency attack, that doesn't work as well. And now we know what panic does. So I'm gonna, again, make an army of nomads that sort of get strong just by walking. I think they still die to the zap. Oh, that worked really well for me. Okay, so I think I'm gonna wait on the Orc Warlord here. No, don't do that. I feel a little bad that I'm doing this, but I am gonna heal up the vampire. Oh, interesting. I wasn't expecting that. I think I'm gonna buff another nomad. Mind you, every turn that we delay the mechanical golem, you know, the stronger we get for taking these guys out. Cool. So now is the time for this orc. So they're going to be reinforcing each other. Oh, and he's going to get dual wield. If anything, I want this nomad to F off, but that's fine. We'll still be able to work with this. Yeah, it would have been nice to get some attacks in so they could mutually reinforce. Interesting. Okay. I think I'm gonna last order this guy. Oh, this is silly. Okay, we're just gonna stick with that. The orc's actually gonna be in a really rough spot with the demonologist, but I think we just have to accept the world as it is. Oh, actually, the generous vampire isn't as good as the Orc Warlord, because this is just a fix too, whereas the Orc Warlord's going to keep boosting its own people. Okay, so Orc Warlord here. So they don't get the health boost, but they are going to mutually reinforce. Oh, that's almost kind of good, but not. Like, I would have liked to get the extra health which is not going to happen now. Cool. Okay, that was an unexpectedly effective... Oh yeah, I didn't even use any of those scrolls. Oh well. Let's go training camp this time. Okay, so this is the furthest we've gotten in Godless now. Oh wait, no, we made it to the second continent before. So I can try and go for another spark, or I could try and acquire the talents. I think let's go for talents in this case, because I think as far as skills are concerned, I have a reasonably good idea of what I want to do. So we'll start with 20 for the Goth abilities. When you don't spend mana on your turn, all enemies will lose 1 attack. Cool. Yeah, no, we're definitely doing that one, because there's plenty of times in this strategy where I don't spend, I don't think it's worth it to spend the mana for the extra energy. Okay, let's see if we can pull this off on this continent. So we have an archaeologist, which is going to mess with my groves. Ugh. It's arguably better to delay the golem. So here's what I'm going to do. This seems crazy up until the point that I do that. So he's now going to start damaging himself. And I'm actually going to wait 3 turns to build the overgrown ruins, because there's no damage that I take. But it does mean that this guy's going to do less damage to me when he arrives. So the last thing that is kind of clever about this is I'm not going to build the grove here, I'm going to build these groves. Because these are ones that the archaeologist can't touch. So this is a chance for me to just sit and wait again. Even though it means that I'm not necessarily getting the health. Actually, I can afford to wait a little bit longer, so in this case I will take advantage of the health. So he's going to start annihilating these tiles in a little bit, but I figure the extra health that I'm getting is fine. Actually, he's going to die before he can destroy them, so... I think I'm going to wait the 1 turn just to be sure. I think because he gets mired in quicksand, we'll be fine. But... I have a feeling this is probably going to wind up patched. Oh, nope. Okay. My bad. I forgot that he actually gets to do the attack first. Well, that's fine, because again, yeah, no, I should actually be... I'm going to wait till his damage is low enough. I don't really want to mess around with the shrine taking damage, so... Okay. The extra 2 health from the groves doesn't make as much sense to me, so I'm actually going to put down an Orc Warlord. Oh, that's right. I'm hoping this works. No! Completely unnecessary damage. I think they're both toast, but we might get lucky. Yeah, that wasn't great. Oh, I gotta pick one? Okay. So the problem here, right, is these things actually do serious damage. So I think I'm going to do the same strategy where I actually wait them out a bit. I would prefer to have my warlords running around, but this, like, the existence of the golem actually screws me, so... So once the golem's gone, then I can afford to. Actually, I gotta remember exactly what the demonologist does. So broken seals teleports the shrine to an adjacent hex with this tile. Yeah, I gotta remember how that works. But anyways, no! Damn it! I didn't want to double it up. Well, I mean, if I can double it up, so much the better, but I think that just wasted mana. Let's get my money's worth. So I was definitely planning on having a much stronger army. Like, it's cool that I can get the extra damage on the shrine, but it's not cool that the shrine is taking so much damage doing this, so... Now we can put the orc to good use. Although it's not going to matter because, yeah. Fair enough. So the important thing to remember is, as long as I'm patient, they can't damage my shrine. God damn it. So this is going to suck too, because he's going to be able to destroy the tiles. So again, we gotta wait out the demonologist. This one in particular is important because this is how I recover my health for the boss fight. That's actually good for me that they moved away from that unit. In fact, I'm going to go so far as to say that I don't want to summon the Orc Warlords here. I want to have as many turns as possible where we're regenerating health. So here I'm going to wait again because we want the damage to go down. Stop! So I was originally going to leave this be, but in this case I can get 2 extra health, and this guy's going to have a bit of a walk ahead of him, so... if I can find a way to get rid of this Nomad too, that will be good. So if I'm feeling really ballsy, I can do Unholy Touch with the, Actually, there is one thing I can do. It may be too late, but... Because again, what I'm trying to do here is extend the period of time where all this fighting's happening. So if I Unholy Touch... these two. So then I wait 2 turns. I mean, they'll be able to survive it anyway, but I just wait 2 turns to... No, hang on. Because this guy's still hitting for 15. I think maybe I wanted to switch these 2 around. I'm not sure. I had an idea with the Unholy Touch, but clearly that wasn't sensible. 96 health is still a nice place to be, though. I didn't even see what scrolls I got. I really need to remember to do that. Let's try Raise the Dead. Raise the Dead is not as cool as it seems. You don't get all the abilities back. But... Okay, Paradise. The Council of Pharaohs aims to make this land their very own paradise, and in doing so will deny the people here their freedoms. Sons of the Elements, elementals deal direct damage to enemies and buff each other. Oh, Jesus. Okay, let's try and get some buffs, I think. Additional 2 ether whenever the shrine gains extra health. Oh man, that'd be... that will be ridiculous. And adds 3 health and grants intimidation to a chosen ally on turn 3. All adjacent ally enemies lose 1 attack. Oh, yes, I know how I'm using this. So anything can go on this battle. I'm going to be interested in seeing what happens. Sons of the Elements, the first beings. Okay, so passive. Other bosses' abilities work twice while they are adjacent to this unit. On attack, deals 4 damage to all enemies adjacent to the to all bosses. And on moves, adds +4/+4 to all adjacent allies. This is gonna be a really tough fight. So I'm still gonna start with, like, the thing is that it's the individual damage is not the worry here, but I'm at least gonna start by blunting an enemy unit. It's nice that the unit that gives the +4/+4 is kind of pushed away, or maybe not. So the question is, like, do I invest in the Overgrown Ruins now, or do I kind of feel like I have to, actually, because that's gonna be the central strategy for like buffing everyone else in the area. Or is it? Yeah, 4 damage to all enemies adjacent. That's definitely gonna be something. Hang on, no. Yeah, damn it. This is gonna get really, really hard really soon. So I was way too early in buffing my shrine, but... So, what I'm gonna do here, I'm actually going to... This is gonna seem really counterintuitive, what I'm doing here. So I want them to... I basically want this guy to get his last move out of the way, and then I'm going to wind up swapping attacks with this guy. But that may not be enough. Because they're going to wind up doing a lot of damage to me. This is a catastrophic amount of damage. So the good news is now I can unholy touch these two. So I'm still taking a lot of damage, but I'm dealing a fair amount back, so that'll hopefully knock out at least a couple of the sources of damage. Nope, I've lost. We'll put a brave face on it, but they're doing too much damage per turn. I cannot believe that they didn't go straight for the kill. Unfortunately, I still think, like, the single damage on its own, like, the 11's gonna do me in. Like, it was close, but... Okay, well, now we know what we're up against on the next boss, and that's a pretty decent little haul for a loss, right? 5 continents destroyed, 94 units and tiles created, 1 gemcraft, 6 talents learned. As you can see, divine speed went out the window, 70 for the ethereal vault, and 60 power of elements. So, let's see what we can get from the library. I'm very much inclined to try the ritual, although... Increase the number of reward options. Yeah, I don't really think that's it. Total of 1... okay, we'll grab one of these. So this will start each one with 1 random spark of creation. That's pretty tempting. Ultimate rituals with especially strong effects. That's definitely one that I want. Extra health after defeating a boss. More ether. Better starting health. We'll go for a starting health. Cool. I wasn't 100% sure if I would be able to go back into this game for another stream. But yeah, there's clearly a lot for me to learn. We seem to have boosted ourselves quite a bit as far as the library is concerned. So I don't know. How do you all feel? Would you be interested in seeing this game again? I'm not normally one for auto battlers and such, but I, you know, this is definitely one that's caught my interest, and I'd be interested in trying out a few more things. I'm also happy to play a little bit more of this on my own time, and then when the patches come in. When the patches come in, I can, you know, just kind of do an update from where it is. But I'd be delighted to be able to share more of this experience with people in chat. I know it's not everyone's type of game. That's one of the reasons why I'm asking. But as long as you'll be willing to watch more Godless, I'm willing to give you God more. Let's see who's online. Not too many people online, to be honest, but I am noticing. Will Shand is online, so let's give him. So I knew him as W. Shan back when I lived in Vancouver. I've met him in person. Really nice guy. He's definitely changed the format for his broadcast a bit. He focuses a bit more on kind of small, independent kind of horror games, the sort of thing that you might find on itch.io or for like $2 or $3 on Steam. And I don't know, he's got a fun, definitely very different atmosphere from my own, but he's definitely somebody who I like being able to host. More importantly, I just like being able to host people, and I noticed that there wasn't anybody playing Godless, so I figured it'd be nice to, you know, to host someone who's at least has the Vancouver connection as far as Brace Yourself is concerned. So thank you everybody for hanging out. I'm sorry that for some of you this was a shorter stream than others, but I will be back Friday with probably more Against the Storm, but we'll see. And then for those of you who are here for Godless or the other Brace Yourself games, that will be a week from now on Wednesday. And for those of you who are here for you know, just anything but won't be here for Friday, on Monday we'll probably be back to Terra Invicta, but I need to figure out what I'm doing. Also, I've been debating on, there's a couple of games that I'd be interested in covering, but like I don't want to add more stuff to the list of stuff that I'm already doing. So I was thinking maybe like around Christmas time or something like that, I might do a stream where I do something just completely off the beaten track, and I do it for like a nice long time. So if I don't do the full game, at the very least, I get through a substantial part of it. If there is a day or a time that would work well for everyone, feel free to let me know. Twitter, on Twitch. We only got a few minutes before we see W Shen, but let me know, and I'll try and accommodate. But we've got 10 seconds, so have a lovely evening. Thank you for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Bye.